Hello, and welcome to our third stream for Danganronpa Despair Time.
It's time for the investigation, lads.
Of whose body, I wonder?
We'll fucking see, won't we?
Yeah, we sure will fucking see.
I'm so excited, dude. I loved your reaction blind when we left off last time. You were like, hello? And I was like, yes! Because I wanted to get to that video so fucking bad.
I can see why.
Well, because this is a perfect cliffhanger to leave you, like, engaged, but on the edge.
Yeah, especially
Be like, fuck, what's gonna happen next week?
Tero was also very foreboding, so to say.
Yeah. Also, I'm an actual fool. I forgot to grab the pop-out chat, so give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
Yee. Hi, Cyril.
Hi, Cyril. See, I need to mute the site so I don't get stream feedback through my fucking microphone. And then I need to grab the chat. Give chat to me, thank you. Yes. I now have chat. Hello, chat. Oh my god, why did Gilded minimize? Please? Can my computer not do things that I don't want them to do? Okay, cool. We're Gucci now. Everything's great.
Alright. If we're Gucci now, then I guess I can start episode 6.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, what is gonna happen? Are you gonna survive this encounter, Xander? Are you? It sounds
We'll
rough.
see. That's rough, buddy.
New character? The one in the thumbnail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm. I can give you her profile after stream, because you'll have a little bit more information about her. It's strange that I would remember her now, of all times.
Maybe one of Teroko's friends.
Let me remind you about something that Tereko said at the beginning of everything. It's been a while. She said that she lost the 2 people that meant anything to her. One was a guy and one was a girl.
Yeah, then probably she is the girl she lost.
Yeah. Wanted to point that out. What was her name again? It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. Xander always reminded me of that girl. Perhaps that's why I'm thinking of her now.
Yeah, both redheads.
Both redheads with interesting eye colors. They looked similar, with that same red hair and smile, and they both wanted to help, didn't they? Speaking of Xander, what was I doing? I think I was in the middle of something important.
Yeah?
Feel like I'm on the cusp of waking up. Huh?
Okay, what are we waking up to? You know what would be hilarious if someone else died, and not even Xander? Like, just collateral damage. Okay.
Me too, Tereko.
You're awake.
Ow, 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 ow! My abdomen hurts. Feels like I've been stabbed. Sweetie.
No shit.
You have. I'm in the infirmary? Huh? What time is it? How did I get here? What's going on?
I would like to know that too.
Calm down!
Yeah. Teroko, calm down.
I was with Xander. Xander was...
Please, take some deep breaths.
I need to leave right now.
Wait!
Wait, you're still not fully healed. Come back! Oh man. Being Min must be very stressful right now. Imagine someone with...
Huh?
Someone who was stabbed just running around.
Yeah, that's how most people are gonna feel at the moment, actually.
Heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Teruko? Hmm. You've woken up? Everyone is surprised and worried, it seems. Teruko? Hmm.
Everyone else was standing in the halls around the elevator. An uncomfortable silence falls over everyone at my arrival. I ignore them all. Computer lab. He asked me to meet him in the computer lab. Is he still there?
Teruko.
What?
Please wait a moment before you go in. We have to talk first. So I assume he's in there dead, probably? Before you enter the computer lab, Xander is... Ay, ay, ay.
Took a deep breath and steeled my nerves.
Yeah, he's totally gonna be dead.
Then I entered the computer lab. Hey, bud.
Oi.
Goodbye, British accent. I will not have to use it for the rest of the game now.
Man, I was right. He had Sayaka syndrome. Man.
Yep. Congratulations on figuring that out. It's kind of easy foreshadowing if you have enough context and are paying attention.
I mean, as a story writer, you always gotta think about who's gonna die first, and if you don't want them to be a nothing character, then you need to feature them a lot.
Yes.
Though I hope that he doesn't like completely stop being relevant. Please, my guy, stay, I don't know, haunt the narrative or something.
You'll see.
Xander is dead, Teruko.
Dead, Teruko.
Oh, it's voiced.
Yeah.
Youchi.
Yep. Youchi. Yeah.
Xander.
Ebe music. Hi.
Yeah, I was just wait.
No, I have to say, when I went through this the first time and I heard this sound, I was like, what? The Ebe music? Ebe music? Ebe. Because, like, Ebe was, like, my fucking introduction to RPG Maker Horror. So when I heard this soundtrack, I was like, what? And I forgot it was, like, a free, from that free sound thing that most Japanese devs use. So I was like, okay. Yeah, but I was like, oh, that's familiar. Anyway. Xander?
Welp.
I fell to my knees.
Are you alright?
Good question. Probably not.
I'm fine. I'm just a little winded. My abdomen really hurts, and I'm also out of breath.
Undoubtedly, you were stabbed after all. I'm surprised that you even survived.
Why are you surprised? Of course I survived.
The people are not, they don't know your lore yet, girl.
True. No, more importantly, what happens? I need to get my thoughts in order.
I would also like to know.
Yeah?
After dinner together, we all went our separate ways. At around 8 p.m., Veronica and Arturo alerted everyone that they found your and Xander's body. Xander was already dead at that point, but we had discovered that you were still alive, simply unconscious. We took you to the medical bay and performed emergency care.
Sure, Arturo was thrilled to participate in that.
Yeah, but he gotta, you are the medic here.
Yeah, literally.
You have been unconscious for some hours. While you were asleep, Mono TV told us that we needed to investigate the crime scene and prepare for a class trial. Oi, oi, oi. We're not gonna have much time then, I guess.
Yeah, not really.
Hmm.
Class trial? Does that mean that someone killed Xander?
I assume everyone assumes it will be you.
Yep, 100%. One of you guys got the jump on Xander and killed him dead. Super duper dead. Deader than my ex-husband.
Rip to your ex-husband, I guess.
I fucking forgot Mono TV makes that joke. That makes the fucking meme ship between it and David even funnier.
Alrighty then.
That's really funny. Help. Okay. What? That's crazy. One of us committed a murder? I don't believe it. There's no way. I love how it mocks them. Sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to skip the entire disbelief monologue bit. We're running short on time here, you see? Tero, you really had to go and get yourself stabbed. Everything got so complicated thanks to you.
Yeah, she can't really investigate.
Normally, we start the class trial soon after the body is discovered, but thanks to your mini coma, we had to wait for who knows how long for you to wake up.
Well, good for the others, theoretically.
I had to give everyone extended investigation time. That's so unfair. It's almost the morning of the next day, you know.
Ugh.
I mean, yeah, she got fucking stabbed. Of course she slept like a rock. Does that mean that everyone already examined the crime scene without me?
Most likely.
Yep.
Yeah, them's the deets. I'll be very generous and give you maybe 30 minutes to get yourself up to snuff, Tero, but after that, we're starting the class trial right away. Girl hasn't even had food yet, but okay.
I see.
I see. I need to investigate and gather enough details to pinpoint Xander's killer at this class trial. That makes sense.
Don't you care? What?
Don't you care about Xander? He's dead, yet you haven't said a single word about him, except in regard to investigating.
He stabbed her, buddy. But no one knows that, I guess.
Yeah. And also, I think, considering that Tero apparently, forgot a lot of stuff about the people most important to her, I think she has some memory issues.
She has, like, an actual medical condition that gets disclosed in Chapter 2. It has to do with, the ability to recognize faces. But we'll go over that later.
Hello.
Hi.
I thought that perhaps you two were friends, and I thought that you would be shocked or sad to see him like this. But you don't seem to care about him at all.
I don't care. Why would I care that Xander's dead?
Not a good look. That's not a good look.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Tero didn't tell them why, and so now they're going to look at this like, huh?
But to
be honest, what I really like about Dev's writing is the fact that, like, Dev very accurately portrayed how a attempted murder victim reacts to their surroundings and the people around them shortly after they've been attempted on. So, of course, Tero is going to be manic here because I actually know someone who went through something like that. They're okay now, but just saying, I know. But this is actually very common for attempted murder victims, where, like, they become very cagey and very jumpy, and, like, they're aversive to everyone, and they start carrying like some sort of weapon on them for self-defense, and it can take a few years for them to get over it
Hmm.
and properly recover from the experience. And honestly, as you'll see later, I think they went a bit light on Teriko's writing for this, but I think part of that was to make it more digestible for the audience, because otherwise she would be even more insufferable about it. But like, to her right, of course. Love her, is my point.
I'm more going through like they're gonna do a class trial. Everyone's gonna think she killed him, no matter what happened beforehand.
I mean, yeah, they weren't there, so she's got to prove her innocence.
Yeah, and this reaction is rather in regards to what others are gonna vote for.
Yeah, but I understand why she did it. Was the point of my explanation. Xander is the one who stabbed me. He asked me to meet him here, and then he tricked me.
Sure did.
Xander lied to me. He manipulated me so he could try and kill me. For all I know, he was only pretending to be my friend. He said all that crap about fighting against this killing game, but in the end, he's just a damn hypocrite.
I'm very curious about his reasons.
And I'm pissed off that he has the guts to tell me to trust him and everyone else here.
I don't care.
Why should I care about a liar and a backstabber? He's nothing more than another dead body to me.
Oof.
I don't feel sadness or regret or shock that he's dead. I just feel angry. No, anger is a secondary emotion, Teriko, and usually it's covering up something else. Just saying.
Is that really true, Xander?
Enough talk of that. I don't have time to waste talking about feelings. I should be using this limited time to investigate.
You will probably have some time to unpack all that later.
If she chooses to. One explanation I can think of for Xander's death is that someone interfered and killed Xander after he stabbed me.
Looked like very bloody strangulation.
It looked like a stab wound in the neck, but yeah. Therefore, I need to find clues that will help me pinpoint who that killer is. Also, there's water on the floor. Why?
Yeah, a shit ton of water.
First of all, where is everyone else?
Don't you love despair?
Everyone else investigated as much as they could while you were out cold. But now they're all milling around, wallowing in their own anguish and sorrow.
I can imagine. It's kinda like waiting for your own execution.
So boring, right? I kind of want to skip straight to the execution at this point, if the plot is going to be moving this slow.
Due to our extended investigation time, we searched through every room on this floor, from the bathrooms to the suits, yet we found little.
Also, you're right, Teriko is a queen.
This computer lab is the only location with any noteworthy evidence. Most people are currently waiting right outside this computer lab, near the elevator. If there's someone specific you want to talk to, you should go there.
So...
Everyone is right outside in the hallways then. Right? To be honest, it seems a bit strange that no one else other than you came to check on me. We've been talking for quite some time now. Katie, if you haven't put it together yet.
It would make sense that everyone's a bit nervous around you. After all, everyone thinks that... never mind that. Everyone is simply a little nervous, that's all.
German. Why are you here then?
I was the one assigned to watch you in the infirmary when you woke up and ran away all of a sudden. You gave me quite a scare.
I see.
I don't mind if it's just me and you, but to think that no one else wanted to check in on me?
Ooh.
Never mind that, it's not important.
Ooh.
The more pressing matter here is this investigation.
She is not wrong, though.
Also, Cyril, it's a pet peeve of mine too, and a lot of it is because people don't understand that Tereko is just a very accurate representation of how an attempted murder victim reacts to being in an attempted murder. So people are just like, wow, she's so annoying and terribly written. No, she's written to a T with proper research. You guys just are very ignorant of that.
And
Sorry, it's a pet peeve of mine too.
And I mean, she was written from the very beginning to be distrustful of everyone. So to have the only guy
Exactly.
that basically cozied up to her and stuck to her like glue from day one to be the one to try to kill her is not great.
Yeah, exactly. Tereko's a queen, anyway. She's the woman ever. Aside from Veronica, Veronica also is the woman ever. How am I supposed to get started? Is there an autopsy file I can look at?
I would assume so.
This again? The last time I am not giving out any information files about the murder.
What do you mean we're not gonna get a mono file?
Do you think this is some sort of video game where you walk through all the evidence? Hell no!
Lazy.
This is television, damn it! I'm not going to just hand you the answers. Investigate and figure it out yourself.
Meh, so that means I gotta talk to Arturo to find out more?
Basically. How helpful.
Well, we gotta hope that Arturo survives long then, because otherwise things could get difficult.
I suppose I'll have to do this by myself.
You have me to help you out. If you want, I can tell you what I found when I was investigating.
Thank you for helping, but I think it's best that I see everything with my own eyes. That's another thing, though. Like, you don't want to fully rely on someone else's testimony either, because, like, they could trick you. You don't know. I'll start by going over the crime scene from a distance. Why is the ground wet? There's water everywhere.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure.
I'm not sure. Perhaps there was a leak?
How? I don't think so. There's no signs of a leak from the ceiling walls or from the surrounding walls or ceiling.
And it also feels like the water is on top of bloodstains.
Good observation.
Which means that the water came afterwards.
Look, there are even traces of a bloodstain on the ground that must have been erased from the water.
Eriko's such a smart cookie, I love her.
This might actually be my own blood.
That could very well be.
Because that was where she was stabbed. That's where she was standing.
Huh?
Right here, where all the traces of a bloodstain are, is where I was standing when Xander stabbed me. Did someone try to intentionally remove them? I prodded the bloodstains with my finger. See how dry it is, even under the water? These bloodstains aren't coming out easily, even when I rub at it.
Already dry.
That suggests that the bloodstains couldn't have washed away on their own.
Interesting.
There's also something on the ground.
Paper?
These are scraps of paper, I think, but they're soaked.
It seems that...
It looks like something was written on them, but thanks to the water, it's completely illegible.
Hmm.
There are also scraps of something blue. What is this?
I don't know what it is either, but it held together in the water. Therefore, it's definitely not paper. It might be plastic, rubber, or something similar.
Can
Love?
someone, I don't know, like pick it up and like feel it?
That would be something, wouldn't it?
That would certainly clear up whether it's plastic, rubber, or something else.
Yeah, true.
Anyway,
Moving on. I suppose I should check Xander's body now.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep gash.
Mm-hmm.
are you alright?
Are you alright? If you're not okay with dead bodies.
I'll be okay, Min. Alright, let's see. Also, notice how his hand is bloody.
That could
You know,
be
from when he
Tero's, yeah.
stabbed her. Yeah. The most obvious thing of note is that he was injured in the throat. There's no way he could have survived this.
Yeah, that's one mighty gash.
Looks like a stab wound, though, because it cuts into the trachea, which that's not so much something you can do through slicing. You kind of have to use some pressure and, like, cut through. His blood must have sprayed out because it's all over his body and on the floor. I wonder what the murder weapon was. I don't see anything that could have caused this wound around here.
Maybe it was a pickle made out of ice. Ha 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 ha. A knife made out of ice, and that's why there's so much water here. I have watched too much Detective Conan.
It'd be like that.
Oh, the murder weapon. It's here.
Ah, I see.
That's what he stabbed Tero with.
But wait. Wait,
There's blood on the handle from when he stabbed her.
Yeah, but I'm just going through the motions. Like, Tero then probably collapsed with the knife still in her gut, or did... Wait, did Xander pull the knife out, or did it stick in her gut?
Xander had the knife out in his sprite.
Alright,
Like,
then he
after
put it out.
stabbing her, he was holding it.
That means someone would have needed to, like, get the knife from him, which,
Yeah. And just to give you some backlore about character strength, Xander is the strongest person on cast. It's not Levi. It's actually Xander. And we already were shown that through narrative evidence with the fact that he broke table with Ace's hand.
Yeah, which means then that I think it's more unlikely that this is the murder weapon.
Yeah, definitely.
Huh?
Why is it bagged?
Because your body was part of the original crime scene, we had to move some items around.
The crime scene was tampered with in order to save her life, but yeah.
But wait, that also insinuates that the knife was near her.
Yeah, Tero's gonna find some inconsistency with that in a second.
If you want a picture of the original crime scene, your best option is to ask Rose.
Because of her photographic memory.
Yes.
Alright, I'll get to that. By the looks of it, this knife was taken from the kitchen. I suppose that anyone could have accessed those knives.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wait! This was the knife that Xander used to stab me. I'm certain of that.
Is that true? When we found your body, this knife was in your hand, Tero.
There's no blood on Tero's hands. And there's blood on the handle. What are you saying, man? That doesn't make sense. I never touched this thing, I swear.
I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone else.
Alright, I'll cross-check that later. I should continue examining Xander's body. His whole body is soaking wet. It must be from the water on the ground. Wet t-shirt contest. I'm kidding.
This is...
I couldn't resist. It's literally clinging to him anyway. Really, this water is everywhere. My socks are starting to get wet from just standing in it.
Ooh, yeah.
Isn't it bad to have this much water in a room full of computers?
Most likely.
The water pellets are limited to the front of this room, away from the computers. No electronics have been damaged.
Thank goodness for that! Do you know how expensive computers are these days?
Says, yeah, I do, because I still don't have a proper PC yet.
Actually, they're cheaper than ever. Not now, they're not. It's a big strain on our budgets, which is $0. We don't make any money from... Oops, I mean the television show.
Oops.
I'm in a lot of debt. Please help me.
I don't think anyone here is gonna want to help you.
Moving on. Xander looks a little shocked, doesn't he?
Didn't expect that one.
Huh? What do you mean?
It seems that...
Look at his facial expression. Not only did he die with his eyes open, but his facial expression looks to be that of shock.
Yep, yep.
Did his killer take him by surprise and kill him?
I'm not quite sure.
I would like to say that he died rather quickly, but I can't be too sure. Since I'm not someone with medical experience, this is no more than speculation, but...
Oh yeah, Cyril has a point. Sometimes the text will change itself in order to break meta, but not break meta. So yeah, Mono TV said YouTube series very fast, but then corrected the text to TV show. Yep.
I see.
Yeah, it's good to point out those little lore bits, because it's nice if you do rewatches, because you're like, what the fuck is this? This is a series that Dev kind of intends for people to rewatch, though, because there's a lot of things foreshadowing-wise that are hidden in it. I like series that do that, just like Witch's Heart. Witch's Heart does that shit, too.
Yeah. A wound as large as this one would have at the very least caused him to promptly fall unconscious. Then his cause of death could have been through brain hypoxia,
Exsanguination.
exsanguination, drowning in his own blood, or something else.
If he was choking on blood, there would be some at the edges of his mouth. There's not.
Sure would have been nice if we got a mono file.
Yeah, I know. We don't get one, I guess.
That depends on what structures in the neck the killer hit. Still, if someone stabbed me in the throat, I would imagine that I would look pretty surprised too.
I see.
As for this eye patch of his, it looks a little disheveled.
Ugh. I see.
Rina.
So we actually get to see it this time.
Yeah. Looks kind of interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's scratched out.
Mm-hmm. You know, Mono's, claws kind of look like that. And, you know, you could also use a fork for that too, who knows. But yeah, those are two things that have crossed people's minds, theory-wise. Carefully brush his hair back and take the eye patch off of his face. Yep, this is the same injury he showed me in the infirmary.
Huh? You've seen it before?
A while back, I met Xander in the infirmary while he was changing his eye patch.
Yeah, with Charles
How
like
horrible.
bolted.
What a horrible injury. It looks like his entire eye is gouged out of his face. How on earth did such a thing happen?
According to Xander, he received this injury sometime before we all arrived here. I believe that to be true, seeing that he had an eye injury ever since I first met him.
Hmm.
It also bleeds randomly sometimes. Put the eye patch back on.
Yep.
His hands are also covered in blood.
Probably yours.
Yeah, probably yours. I inspect both of his hands closely. His right hand is stained with blood on the back of the hand. That's the hand he used to stab you. But his left hand is stained on the inside of the hand.
Probably for his neck?
I think it's dried blood. It's a different color than the blood splatters.
Hmm.
How strange.
I'm curious.
Do you know if Xander is left-handed or right-handed?
He's a righty, I believe, unlike me.
Typical lefty.
Thinking back on it, he did use his right hand to stab me. The blood stains on the back of his right hand match up with the spray of my blood when that happens.
Indeed.
I wonder where the blood stains on his left hand came from.
It's probably inconsequential, right? After all, his whole body is covered in blood. There's even some splattered on his shirt.
By the way, I am surprised that not more blood is actually going down his body.
Good observation, because we've talked about this before. If you get stabbed in the throat, it gushes out like a fountain. Why is there so little blood when he was stabbed? Is that actually his cause of death, or is it something else?
Yeah, because especially for the blood to have traveled like this, I mean, first of all, there's very little, and second of all, he would have already needed to lie like this, which I find a bit unlikely for him to be chilling on the ground.
It would be all over him. It would also be under him, too. But it looks like it just hits one pattern at the neck. Like someone did it postpartum.
Oh.
Postmortem. I'm using the wrong terms. Anyway.
A monophile would have been nice.
Yeah, but we don't get monophiles here. That's probably my blood as well from when he stabbed me.
Yeah,
it was close proximity.
Exactly how much blood have you lost? How are you even conscious right now?
Min, she was stabbed in the abdomen. I guess I have a lot of blood? That's Dev answering, I didn't do the measurements for this, leave me alone. Which honestly, mood. It's I have like charts for writing that actually explain like the reactions and like the effects of how much blood loss does what. So I think Deb was like, I'm not talking about this. But yeah. Is he carrying anything on his person?
The only item he has is this. It's hidden in his jacket pocket.
For what reason are you throwing this one around?
My gun.
I mean, it wouldn't work on Tero.
Yeah.
It shows no sign of being fired, but still. Don't touch it, alright? We may be in an investigative period, but this is still a dangerous weapon. I'm surprised that no one confiscated this.
Eat fake.
Perhaps.
But at the same time, perhaps simply leaving it here under everyone's collective watch was the safest option since we cannot guarantee that anyone here can be trusted to keep a gun.
Not real.
Oh, I assure you, I'm not worried about this gun going off. I suppose Xander kept this on him, but he couldn't have possibly used it for anything, seeing as it's a dud.
Only intimidation.
Did he tell me about this gun earlier just to win my trust? He really spent a lot of effort to befriend me, only to tear down that friendship within a few short moments. It doesn't seem like there's anything else worth noting on Xander's body.
I'm curious.
Since you've mentioned it repeatedly now, I'm curious. You keep saying that Nick Xander stabbed you in this room, but why were the two of you here in the first place?
Because he.
That's a good question.
The truth is,
Xander said that he had a plan to fight against the mastermind and asked me to meet him in private here after dinner.
Because she trusted him, she didn't question it.
Yeah.
I suppose that was nothing more than a lie on his part to lure me out.
I see.
I see, that makes a bit of sense, I suppose.
Is there anything else noteworthy in this room?
You should check the CD readers on the left. There's important evidence in there.
What's this? It's a CD. No, a DVD. What's the difference again?
I would assume a CD.
It's a DVD! I can tell because, to me, DVDs taste like cookies and ice cream and CDs taste like chocolate and mint.
Nice of you to clarify, but wasn't Min saying on the side of the CDs?
Yes. She was.
Of course, I'm a robot. If you try to taste this, you'll only taste plastic. I picked the DVD up. It was upside down in the reader. Did that happen during the investigation?
No, it was like that when we found it. After we investigated, we returned everything to the original positions whenever possible.
I flipped the DVD to the other side.
Re-MOC?
There's some text written on the front in marker. 3M0C. What does that mean? Ah, I accidentally wiped away some of the marker.
That marker sucks.
Yeah.
Are you trying to manipulate evidence? I'm right here, you know.
Oh, her luck's just bad. Leave her alone.
No way! Why would I try and erase evidence? Everyone already investigated. What good would that even do me? I'll write it back on. There. Nothing happened, okay?
Her handwriting's atrocious, like mine.
Yeah.
You're being awfully suspicious.
jeez.
Seriously, it was a mistake. You're so harsh. Oh, damn, huh? Enjoy the beach. Fucking wish that was me. I haven't been to a beach in, like, years.
Oh yeah. I also would like to chill on a beach one of these days again.
Want to go, like, shell hunting and stuff, because I like picking up shells and rocks and shit on the beach. It's fun.
In any case, let's see what happens when I play it.
Don't bother. We have been trying for a while, but it won't play. Perhaps the DVD readers are broken here.
Really?
Really? Let me try. I put the DVD in the player.
That's a CD player?
Oops. You think I'd learn the difference the first time?
I mean, Why is it here?
This DVD was left in a CD player. I wonder why that is. That means someone didn't know the difference. I walked over to the right side of the room to put the DVD in the correct player. True to her words, I couldn't get the DVD to play anything. Is it empty, perhaps? Well, that's a bit of an issue, but I'm pressed for time right now. No choice but to move on.
Could be.
In any case,
I believe that you have finished checking everything of note in here. You should try talking to everyone else now.
That'll be fun.
Oh boy.
huh? Are you alright?
Is something the matter?
Just now I could have sworn I saw a flash of light. No, never mind that. Let's leave. As I turned around to exit the room, I noticed something strange. Huh? The light switch to this room. Out of order. Since when has that been there?
Since now.
Oh, that sign has been there for a while.
Yep, the light switch broke sometime around when Xander died. Totes doesn't work.
Hmm.
For the purpose of facilitating your investigation, I turned on the emergency lights. Otherwise, this room would be completely dark and you wouldn't be able to turn the lights on. This place is falling apart at an alarming pace. How am I going to fix everything that's breaking at this rate?
I mean...
This sign.
Wait.
Wait, don't touch that. You could get hurt.
I peeled the out of order sign off the light switch. There's something about the sign that seems off to me. It's water stains.
Which means someone put it up before the water came?
Yeah. Well, it probably means that it got water on it and then was put up there. I flipped it around to the back side. It's quite smudged, but it definitely says Kill Terako Tawaki on the back. Strange. Hey, Rina, do you remember when I talked about their height differences and that the only way Terako could have injured Xander is if he was leaning down to pick something up?
Yeah, but that doesn't really connect to everything right now.
What I'm saying is he could have been pre-motivated for a while. It's just a theory. It's never been confirmed because no one has figured out where the note has come from. It's not been confirmed in anything that's out right now.
As for the light switch itself, it looks like the plate came off a bit. Is it broken? I'd take it off, but given my luck, I'm a bit hesitant to start poking around electrical circuitry. I can talk, I promise. Took a peek underneath the plate.
Let's see.
I'm no electrician, but it looks pretty normal to me. Just wires and metal things. What do you think, Min?
Yes, it's the normal wiring for a basic light switch. It doesn't look like it's been tampered with. In my opinion, nothing worth noting.
Hello.
Woo.
To be honest, I thought there might be some secret under here, but I guess not.
Secret? What were you expecting? Hidden gold?
I don't know.
God damn it, man.
A knife wound?
Okay, that's everything I needed to see in here. Let's go talk to everyone else.
Alrighty.
Wow.
Episode 6 done.
Yay.
I suppose we only get to talk a little with the others and then immediately thrown into the trial.
It'd be like that.
Everyone is still standing around in the hallway.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Tero.
I guess you're not dead.
Cranky.
Yeah. Are you finished investigating?
Not quite. I want to talk to you all and get an idea of what you were doing last night after dinner when Xander was murdered. That's not a problem, right?
Some alibis.
Yeah.
Huh?
You want to ask our alibis, but
No, it's not a problem. Go ahead, I suppose. That's a good idea, Teroko. Not everyone here is here in the hallway at this moment, but at the very least you should try and gather information from those who are. I'll start by giving you my alibi. The last time any of us saw Xander alive was shortly after dinner, which was at 6 p.m. The first person to discover the body did so at 8 p.m. I'll tell you what I was doing during that time frame. Last night I was cleaning the kitchen. That took up most of my time. You remember when you dropped that cake on the ground, right? You made quite a mess.
Did you clean with someone else?
that was a few days ago, right? Why wait that long to clean up?
Yeah, also that. Was the kitchen just stinky? Ah.
I may be a bit of a procrastinator.
That's a mood.
In any case,
In any case, both Eden and Hu Jing were also in the kitchen at the time, thus they can verify that I was there.
It's good to have
Alrighty.
verifiable alibis.
Were you exclusively in the kitchen the entire time?
No, I left a few times to get cleaning supplies from the laundry room.
I see.
Uh-huh. I see. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. And thank you for all your help. I appreciate it. Hello, Rose.
Do you want to know what I was doing last night? After dinner I fell asleep in the cafeteria and took a nap. I don't know anything that happened.
Poor girl. Can't stay awake to save her life. Always on power saving mode.
I see. Were you asleep the entire time between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m.?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Poor girl.
Do you have anyone to back up your alibi?
I don't know. Ask around. Maybe someone else was there.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Had I known a murder would have happened, I probably would have been more alert.
It's not like it would be pretty bad if you knew it was going to happen, though,
Of
Rose.
course.
Alright, that's not helpful at all. What I need from you is a picture of the original crime scene before anyone altered it during the investigation.
Yeah.
Right. Because we had a couple of hours of extended investigation, I had enough time to make a drawing of the unaltered crime scene from my memory. It looked exactly like this.
That is not where Terika was when she was stabbed.
Nope.
Girl was moved.
Also, that is quite a pose she has there. What is that? What is that? Stabile Seitenlage? Or I don't know how it's called in English. It looks a little bit like someone attempted to stabilize her. Like her legs, at least. But
Yeah, it does like that. That's actually a very good point. I don't think anyone's pointed that out before. I don't think I've seen anyone point that out theory-wise, that someone tried to stabilize her. You just made an excellent point.
yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like someone was in the middle of it but couldn't finish it.
That also technically means that whoever killed Xander cares about Tero.
That could
That's
be.
incredible foreshadowing that I don't think anyone has pointed out before. Excellent, Rina.
I mean, yeah, pose is very unnatural otherwise.
Yeah. Also, like, you'd know a bit about medical stuff because you said your family's in nursing or something.
I mean, yeah, but in Germany, everyone has to learn the stabilization when you do like driving license. It's like you have to do that. You need to know how to do like resurrection is not the word, but you know what it means, you know.
Resuscitation?
Yeah.
Resuscitation? Okay. Interesting. They don't make us learn that in the USA. That's why everyone has a license, even though they can barely drive. But yeah.
Yeah, in Germany it's like mandatory, so I know that.
Man, I fucking wish they made you do that here. Anyway, that's interesting insight. Thank you.
I don't think anything has changed much other than the fact that your body was removed from the crime scene.
Seeing myself like this is a little off-putting, to say the least.
I can imagine. It's an interesting pose.
I was stabbed in the abdomen in the center aisle, so my body must have been moved, speaking of that stab wound. I checked under my shirt. My abdomen was wrapped in bandages.
Doesn't that hurt?
It does, but I tuned out the pain for a while. I have a pretty high pain tolerance, so it's bearable. I mean, she gets injured all the time. I can see that.
Yeah, and also probably adrenaline.
That too. She's gonna crash later. Gonna have some excellent fucking sleep.
Maybe on a bunch of painkillers?
Could
That's
also
possible
be.
too.
Anyway.
Whoever treated her.
Back to this picture. Just as Min said, I was found holding the knife that Xander used to stab me. That's strange. Was it put in my hand to set me up? Also, the handle's clean, and so is her hand. The only blood on her is when she was holding her abdomen with both wrists.
Yeah.
Or both arms, I guess. But yeah, forearms.
Thank you for letting me look at this.
No problem.
Bro's so eepy.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Teruko.
Can you two tell me what you were doing last night between 6 and 8 p.m.?
I guess.
Yeah.
Eden's not vibing.
Yeah.
Oh, this all has been one long nightmare.
It's okay, little lesbian. We'll get through it.
It's alright, sweetie. Keep it together for a while longer, okay?
Who is so mom here? Because she realized that Eden wasn't having it and was like, "Can we help you, Teroko?" Like trying to control the situation. That's very mom energy.
Okay. You're right. I'm glad that you're right now, Teroko. If nothing else, that cheers me up a little.
That's good. Yeah.
Can you tell me about your alibis?
Alright. After dinner, Hu Jing and I cleaned up the cafeteria and the kitchen.
I see.
See, did you see any other people?
Let me think. Levi and Jay came into the kitchen at 6:30 p.m. to investigate. I think Rose and R.A. and Whit were in the cafeteria before Levi and Jay came in, I mean. They weren't there later, except for Rose. I think she was in there the whole time. Oh, Min was in the kitchen too. She was cleaning or something. Then Hoojing went to the cafeteria, but that was when Levi and Jay entered the kitchen. Oh, did I mention that they left afterwards? They left after 30 minutes, so that would be around 7 p.m., I think. Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Little yapper, but very important yapping.
Yeah, important yapping, but can you give me a shot of that? Because my brain turned out at your second sentence, I think.
Levi and Jay came into the cafeteria at like 6:30 and only stayed till 7. And Rose was there the whole time. Min was there, but not the whole time because she was doing the water runs. And Eden was there with who cleaning during those 2 hours.
That's easier to understand.
Yes, she's yapping a little. It's okay. We love Eden.
Perhaps, perhaps that would have been more informative in chronological order, Eden.
Oh, yeah, and Wit and RA were in the cafeteria with them for a little bit, but not the whole time. It was just for an hour.
But I'm surprised she managed to remember so much because honestly...
Yeah, she remembered it all, but she rambled it off in the ADHD manner, and I can say that because I have it. Where, like, not giving it in the order of events and then being like, oh wait, no, it happened in this order. Oh wait, I didn't involve this part, or oh wait, shit, this happened too. And it's like, okay, but you didn't give it an order. As someone with ADHD can confirm, this is the ADHD process of remembering and explaining things. Oh man.
I'm so sorry. It's surprisingly hard to remember exactly everything that happened. Oh, help me out here.
Of course.
Eden and I cleaned up after dinner. Mint came in too at times to clean up some of the mess you ladies left from baking.
Long pause.
Levi and Jay said that they were looking around various locations for some clues relevant to a situation, such as an escape route. When they came into the kitchen, I decided to move to the cafeteria to give them space. I met with R.A. and Rose in the cafeteria. Levi and Jay moved to the cafeteria later and then left with R.A.
So what was Wit doing?
Good question.
Alright. What was Wit doing? You left Wit out. What happened to? Okay.
Alright, I'll try and sort that out in my head. Thanks for telling me at least.
It's no issue.
I still have difficulty believing that one of us is really dead. Xander was still alive and talking with us only a day ago. And now we have to do this investigation. How terrible.
Man.
Yeah.
I will miss Mr. Mans. I like him a lot.
Hey!
Tell me, Tereko, how does it feel to almost be the first murder victim? Are you confronting your own fragile mortality right now?
Not right now, later.
Later. Later, beloved.
Can you cut those questions out? We're dealing with a serious situation.
Amazingly, Tero has more tact.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you two were doing last night between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. After dinner, I convinced both Ace and Arturo to watch a horror movie with me in the movie screening room.
I want to see that.
Convinced! You strong-armed us both into coming with you.
Especially Ace.
The movie ended a little bit before 8 p.m. Since the movie screening room is right across the hall from the computer lab, I was the first to discover the body. Oh, that reminds me. I should look at the map since it's possible that the layout of the rooms could be important. It is, in this case. So you might want to pause and stare at it. So, interesting little tidbit. So Min had to run to the laundry room to keep filling water, right? She admitted to that. Passes right by the computer lab.
Was the computer lab like open or?
We don't know that information yet. We don't know if the door was just open. We do know, however, that Veronica discovered Jericho.
I guess she might say something that might help in figuring out whether the door was open or not.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Just a little interesting thought, because, that route looks interesting to me.
I mean, I do find Min a bit suspicious since her account and the account from Eden and who feel a bit inconsistent.
Very true. Very true.
I mean,
I also just realized, and I keep forgetting this because sometimes the layouts of the rooms, I'm looking at the layouts of the suites. So, fun fact, this is an accident on Dev's part, but Dev initially made Tero in between Xander and David, but when you look at the map, it's actually Xander's room that's between David and Tero. But in, like, the first few videos, if you look at the door plaques, it's switched around. So that was an inconsistency thing on their part, but it's funny to me. But I forgot that Veronica's room is right across from Tero's. That's excellent.
But yeah,
Anyway.
based on accounts, Min made it sound like there were her, Eden, and
Who were there the whole time, but when we talked to Who and Eden, they didn't really vouch for that. They said Min was there sometimes.
And Min really made it sound like they were in there together, doing stuff together, like all the time, and only a few times left.
Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Since you were so close to the scene of the crime the whole time, did you notice anything going on? I'm gonna assume the theater volume was fucking loud. The doors to the movie screening room were closed, and the movie was loud. Therefore, none of us noticed anything going on outside of the room the whole time.
I believe that.
I do too. Especially because horror movies are fucking loud. You might have been able to prevent this whole situation from happening had you been a little more attentive. Girl, they didn't know. Like, I get that you're salty, but they didn't know. I know, I'm sorry Xander is dead, and I feel as I might be a little bit at fault. No, sweetheart, you were just enjoying your movies and pestering people to enjoy them with you. The true autism, I would know. Moving on, you were the first to discover the body, right? What about Arturo and Ace, who were there with you? Well, I was the first in the... I have to talk so fast with her. Well, I was the first to find the body. Arturo was right after me. Someone had to go alert other people, but... I don't trust Veronica enough to leave her alone with the body. That's a very good call, my guy. Like, thinking of it, yeah, it's a good call. I don't know why that's so fucking funny to me. Right, and I don't trust Arturo either. Because of that, we both went together to get the others. Does that mean you left the crime scene unattended? Yes, we did, but we believed that it was a short enough amount of time that no one could have tampered with the crime scene. You don't know that!
I mean, we haven't heard anything from Ace. Maybe he I don't know.
What about Ace? Wasn't he in the movie screening room with you?
Probably fainted on the spot. Ah.
He was asleep. Either that or he passed out from fear. Probably the latter.
I see.
I mean, he is a fucking scaredy cat. It's hilarious. Ah, I didn't need to say the line. You left him alone? I don't believe that he did anything in that time. He was asleep after all. By the way, Arturo, were you the one who bandaged my wounds? Yes, that was me.
I'm not your doctor.
I'll have you know that I'm not helping you willingly. Everyone simply has this ridiculous idea that I should play doctor to everyone here.
I mean, better you than an amateur, right?
I mean, yeah, but he fucking hates it here. Like little piss baby, little green bean piss baby that he is. Understandable, you fucking beanpole. Despite the fact that my specialty is in cosmetic surgery, not emergency care. Oh well. I'm not as experienced with these sorts of procedures, but thankfully I ended up not having to perform a serious operation on you. So he likely only had to do stitches and bandages. Well, you did suffer a stab wound in the lower abdomen. The knife didn't cut any major organs or major blood vessels.
Luck and unluck?
Yeah, basically. No significant structures in your body were damaged, and you didn't even go into shock. Which is abnormal, honestly, with how deep that wound was, but okay. There was very little that I had to do for you. I suppose that you're simply very lucky. No surprise there. In any case, thank you for healing me.
I don't want your thanks.
Fucking bastard. I don't know why he's so funny, but he just is. He's such a little shit. As soon as we leave this wretched place, I wholly intend to charge you in full for the cost of this procedure.
Sure.
If you survive. If you survive. But I don't have any money. Or insurance.
Just die.
That's not my problem. And also, cosmetic surgeons, from what I understand, don't accept insurance anyway. Like, that shit's fully out of pocket if this is the US.
It's Tero, Carl. I thought you were dead.
I have been talking with the other people here for several minutes already.
You're no fun.
You're so cold. Learn to take a joke.
You just simply have bad humor, RA, but you're still hilarious. We're about to go to a trial to find out who killed Xander. Forgive me if I'm not in the best moods right now. Give me your alibi from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. last night. Yes, you're right, Elliot. All of the cast are little shits. Like, a good chunk of the fucking cast are little shits. That's why I like them.
Do you think I'm some sort of detective, going around and gathering evidence?
You should be.
Like how she's just like, I don't give a shit. Just tell me.
Fine. Jeez. I was in the cafeteria most of the time. I was with Wit for a little while. We were playing this really fun game that I like to call See How Many Things You Can Stack on Rose Before She Wakes Up.
Okay, so now we have extra confirmation that Wit was in there, but it was so funny that Who just fucking forgot to talk about Wit. Like, okay.
At some point, Wit left to go use the bathroom, but then he never came back. Actually, I still haven't seen him since.
Did he have the runs? Is he still fighting in there for his life?
Okay. Alright. I wasn't expecting you to go there, but that was funny.
I mean, she has the same.
I know. I knew she was going to go there, but it's funnier that you went there first.
Maybe he's taking a 12-hour-long shit. A crocodile came out of the pipes and ate him.
She's such a bitch. Great.
Since you were in the cafeteria, did you see anyone else? I love how Terraco's just not feeding into any of it either. She's just like, stay on topic, you fucker.
She tired.
Yeah, Rose was there the whole time, asleep like a weirdo. Why can't she sleep at nighttime like a normal person?
Yeah.
Jing came in too, but she's so boring to talk to. All she does is nag at me for getting along with the others or something equally dumb.
Funny sprite.
I looked with Levi and Jay to watch them poke around the infirmary, but they didn't find anything interesting. At least Jay is fun to bother. She gets flustered so easily. It's almost cute.
Oh boy.
Yeah, a lot of people ship those two.
Okay, your alibi is all I need from you. Thanks for your cooperation.
Huh? That's it? Don't I even get some sort of compensation for helping you?
No, RA, you do not.
You can get my middle finger.
Oh, man.
Hi, David. You're so crankers. Hello, David. Yes. Can you tell me about your alibi from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. last night? David.
Forgive me, but...
Pardon my rudeness, but I'm really not in the mood to talk to others right now. Could you please leave me alone?
It's kinda important though.
Xander's dead. Are you upset because you were close to Xander?
Well...
If it makes you feel better.
Jericho, I don't think it's gonna make him feel better.
If Xander were here right now, I'm sure he'd say something along the lines of, "Don't give up, or we have the power to power through this." Maybe thinking of Xander will encourage you?
I thought she was gonna tell him that he tried to kill her, but okay, this is better, I guess.
Shh, just wait, just wait.
Can you stop that?
Uy.
He's not happy. He's so
I'm
crankers.
sorry.
I'm sorry for my outbursts. Suppose you won't leave me be until you've heard my alibi. After dinner last night, I went to the laundry room. I was there the whole time. Is that all you need? That's all you need, right? Do you see anyone else? You really need more detail? Saw Min and Nico at some point. Fuck was Nico doing? Get that Min was probably getting cleaning supplies, but what was Nico doing there?
Washing clothes?
Oh no, he came in for a short moment and left as soon as he saw me.
Ouch.
Leave me alone.
Perico, I don't want to keep pressing it. I would really like to be alone. Right, I'll leave you be now. I like them, they're funny.
Have you finished talking to everyone here?
Yeah, I'll have to follow up with everyone else at the trial. I think I've gathered all the evidence I can.
Wait.
Wait, there's one important missing piece of evidence.
Which is what?
2 days ago at dinner, Mono TV announced that it would give us some sort of motive today to encourage us to kill, yet we haven't heard a word of this motive at all.
I mean, because someone died is my assumption.
Even so.
Regardless, the killer still must have had some sort of reason to kill Xander. Xander certainly had an extraordinary personality. He was the kind of person to pick fights with all sorts of people.
Yeah, half of the cast.
Literally. I love him for it, but yeah.
If you're suggesting that someone killed Xander out of sheer anger or spite, I believe that to be unlikely. I doubt that anyone hated Xander enough to kill him for that reason.
Yeah, he kind of was still on everyone's good side, even though he did pick fights with everyone.
It's true that he had a strong, aggressive personality, and that he might not have been on good terms with everyone. Even taking that into account, though, it seems far-fetched that anyone here would have killed Xander simply based on a personal grudge, myself included.
I mean, it could have been revenge. I wouldn't be surprised if... I mean, what side would have the killer seen? A hunched over Tero who is actively, assumingly, for the killer dying? And, like, Xander hovering over her, so...
Yourself included? You weren't on good terms with him?
No, I wasn't.
I mean, they did argue literally in their introduction to each other.
To be honest,
Heatedly.
Yeah. He is the type that pokes people until they lash out.
Yeah. Mostly, like, if he doesn't understand your mindset, he will try and poke you to understand it, and he doesn't go about it tactfully.
Yep.
To be honest, that man infuriates me with all his talk about how my talent is pointless.
I mean, that's honestly pretty fair.
Yeah.
Education has nothing to do with my future. Has he no sense at all? I understand to some extent where he's coming from, but he knows nothing of the life I live.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty judgmental thing to say to her.
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous for someone with the talent of rebel to try and force his perspective on me without considering my own point of view.
True
Wow,
that.
that's a very meta statement.
Even then, I could tell that he had the best of intentions, misguided as they may be. I'm sure that everyone here could tell that he had a compassionate, if not slightly reckless heart. I'm sure he wanted nothing more than to help others. To kill someone like that because of a minor slight would be incomprehensible.
Definitely.
I see. That's how you feel about him.
That's how I've always felt about him. My opinion on Xander has not changed since I met him. I do not consider myself a person to have their emotions easily swayed, and I didn't think you were either.
A bit heavy-handed there, isn't it, man?
So for you to have reversed your attitude on him so quickly and completely, is it only because you feel betrayed, or is there some other reason?
Ah yeah, she had like front row seats to her outburst.
Taroko? It's okay if you tell me.
The truth is, I...
Listen up.
Okay, time's up. Investigation over, everyone.
No.
accidentally skipped. It's pretty close to it. It'll do it in a second.
Listen up.
I voiced this line, so we can...
Whoa.
Oh, I'm on TV!
Wow.
I love Mono TV so much. So fucking funny.
Everyone, please gather in front of the elevator. The class trial will begin shortly. Everyone who wasn't already here begins to filter in. Man, I guess this is really happening.
So you survived your fight with the toilet?
He's good. He's Gucci. He's chilling.
This is messed up beyond relief. Someone is dead, and we have to find out which one of us is the killer? For real?
Jay's not vibing.
Understandably.
Doesn't like this.
Shit! I don't want to do this!
I did not miss him being on screen.
Why are we gathered here of all places?
It's also really funny that the majority of people you voice were just not here.
Yeah.
It was mostly me.
Enter the elevator, everyone. It'll take you down to the trial ground. Oh yeah, I fixed the elevator, by the way.
Nice.
Trial grounds.
Yep.
There's a special class trial room built for this purpose. You all will discuss your evidence and reach the conclusion of who killed Xander. Are you ready?
Of course I'm not, but I don't have a choice, do I?
Yeah.
Let's go. We all stood in tense silence as the elevator took us down. The only sounds I could hear were the rumbling of the elevator.
Long elevator ride.
Finally, the elevator ground to a halt.
Wee, that looks futuristic.
Yeah, I like this class trial room a lot more. I think it's neat. This is a trial room?
And by the way, yeah, it's a good thing to change opinions.
Yeah, based off new information you learned? Absolutely. Why would you keep the same opinion if you learn new information that you're not partial to? Like, what's the point in that? Everyone learns things over time.
Indeed, you'll find that there is a place for all 16 of you, so take your places. Well, I suppose it's 15 now.
Yeah.
At any rate, please stand in front of the podium that has your name on it.
We all made our way to our respective podiums as we prepared ourselves to begin this class trial.
Are we all ready? Let us
He's voicing.
begin the class trial to identify the Blacken that killed Xander Matthews, the ultimate rebel.
Wee, everyone.
Yeah, that Blacken is one of you. Sow those seeds of distrust and fight amongst one another to reach the truth. It'll be an exciting battle, a thrilling show of hope and despair. Welcome to the class trial. Yeah.
Yee.
Woohoo!
I hope you all like the hype sequence. The class trial is going to be a lot of fun. Woohoo! But before we get started on that, HR requires that I read out some rules and regulations.
HQ.
During this class trial, you must discuss the evidence amongst yourselves and reach a conclusion of who the Blacken killer is. If you vote for the correct Blackened, then only they will be punished. But if you vote for the wrong person, then everyone besides the Blackened will be punished, and that person alone will be allowed to leave the show. Capiche?
Yo!
Say. What's the deal with that portrait of Xander?
Gotta remind us why we're here.
Oh, those? Here at Danganronpa Despair Time, we make sure to include everyone in all of our activities, even the dead.
Entertaining, isn't it?
would be a real shame if we left Xander out of future trials and motives just because he's dead.
Motives?
Yep, they include them in motives too.
I do realize now that since we'd never enter this trial room without having at least one person die, maybe we should have only built 15 podiums instead of 16.
Well.
Then again, it's way easier to divide a circle into 16 parts than in 15 parts. He's got a point.
Scrum debate?
Thank goodness Hope's Peak class is 16 students. If there were 23 of you or something, then I'd have a real math problem on my hands.
Wait a minute, pause.
Horrible.
I need to think about something for a sec.
Maybe he also means because of, like, voting. But then...
No, I was thinking about something else, because Dev actually is working on another fangame at the moment that's not going to see the light of day, only the cast has been revealed, so I was doing some quick math real quick about how much characters are in here as in compared to that, and if, like, you fuse them, if it hit that number, but it doesn't, it goes over. You can keep going.
How cruel. You're making fun of the deceased. I wish that none of this is happening right now.
How troubling.
It's still difficult to believe that one of us is truly dead, and someone as energetic and spirited as Xander, no less.
Yep. I'm sure our current situation could benefit from his energy.
Damn it.
Xander might have been as annoying as hell, but he didn't deserve to die like this.
I swear, Xander, for your sake, I'll make your killer pay.
Ugh.
Okay, that's enough reminiscing about the dead.
Get moving.
We're already on air! Go get started!
But where do we even start?
Let's all get this over with and vote right now. Who we think the killer is. A majority vote will probably end up being correct, right? Idiot.
The biggest moron on cast, yes. I don't like him.
I disagree.
That would be a bad idea. The purpose of this trial is so that we lay out all the facts and evidence in order to figure out the identity of the Blacken for certain. Recall that the consequence for failure here is death.
Holy shit, I don't want to die, even though my life sucks. Dying would suck harder. No shit.
In any case,
In any case, let's start with the basic facts of the murder. The victim of this case is Xander Matthews, the ultimate rebel. His body was discovered in the computer lab at 8 p.m.
considering the evidence,
He was murdered sometime between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. The cause of death was a single stab to the throat, inflicted by a kitchen knife. Tero Kotawaki's body was also discovered at the crime scene. She suffered a single stab wound in the abdomen. She survived and is present at the trial right now. As for the motive of the murder, I'm not sure. Mono TV had promised to release a motive for everyone today, but I haven't seen it yet.
Which aspect of the murder shall we discuss first?
I suppose.
I think it would be ideal if we first establish the sequence of events leading up to Xander's murder.
Right, it all started when Miss and Mr. Matthews decided to get together and...
Dude, no. Not that far back.
Damn it, Wit.
I think that only the last few hours of his life are relevant to this case.
Yep.
So...
We were together at dinner. I mean, everyone, including me and him, we were together at dinner. And that's the last time I saw him. Then dinner ended and we all went our separate ways.
Where did Xander go after that? He went straight to the computer lab.
You're awfully suspicious. How do you know that?
Invited her there?
Earlier at lunch, Xander had asked me to meet him in the computer lab, claiming that he wanted to tell me about some plan he had to confront the mastermind.
Hmm.
We both met up there after dinner where he tried to murder me instead by stabbing me with a kitchen knife.
Wait, really?
Yeah?
I find that hard to believe.
Xander tried to kill you. I find that hard to believe.
We all probably think that, but it did happen.
Sure did happen.
Did all the bloodlust get to your head? What are you talking about?
Of all the stories you could have cooked up, Tereko, that one might be the least believable.
Where did her wound come from then?
Huh? What do you all mean? Why don't we vote already? I don't see much point in dragging on this class trial when we already agree on who the killer is.
Everyone here is a dunce.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry, you must have lost me. What are you talking about?
Stupid bitch!
Playing dumb? You're such a stupid bitch. Obviously, you killed Xander. We all know that by now.
Yeah. As if.
What? I killed Xander?
We.
I will say I'm out of tea. Do we want to take like a 5 and do that real quick?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Alright
Give us a minute, lads. Like 5 minutes maybe.
Short little timeout. See you till then. Meep meep. I am back again. Osiria doesn't seem to be back yet. Whew. Well, I suppose this next tripod will probably be a little bit annoying. Because everyone, of course, thinks that Tero is the one who did it. Gotta see. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard for her to argue against it. I imagine having her pretty serious, or rather, her stomach wound in general probably should have should be good evidence against her stabbing Xander of all people like that. Gotta drink some more. But yeah, I guess as of now, Min is probably the most suspicious, mostly due to her alibi and the laundry room being on the way to the computer room. Though we haven't gotten actual confirmation yet whether the computer room's door was open or not. So we shall see on that one. Woohoo! Oh. Would have been nice if the trials were voiced, but yeah, too much trouble. Ooh. Ah, yeah. Guild does need to be reset sometime, or suddenly we won't hear half a sentence from what Osiria is saying. You are doing quite a few resets. Eleo.
Okay. It's doing the thing where it's not giving me the screen share, it's just giving me a black.
Should I do the screen share again then?
Yeah. Try that. See if it works. I don't know why Gilded does this sometimes. It's just like, nah.
Does it work now?
Please. Nope, still black for me. That's odd. Gilded, what the fuck? Please.
Maybe I will completely disconnect then.
Okay. Yeah, come back.
Disconnecting and sharing again.
Hello.
Hello.
Shabos.
Does it work this time?
Gilded, I'm gonna commit atrocities. Am I going to have to restart Gilded again? Am I? Am I going to have to do that? You know, bitch, I might. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh boy. Technical difficulties. Sasuga Gilded. I guess we'll need to wait a little.
There it fucking goes.
Alrighty.
It did. Okay, yeah, it's there now. Fuck. I was like, for 2 seconds it went black again. I was like, no, don't do that. Nah, it's back. I can see it now. We are all Gucci. Jesus Christ, I hate when Gilded does that. It's still like Preferential to Discord though, because Discord does all the fucking weird auto suppression shit, while Gilded does not. Okay.
Alrighty.
I need to keep going if you are.
Mm.
Come to argue Terraco's innocence to a bunch of morons. Yeah, part of what annoys me about the first trial is everyone acts like an idiot.
One would think that her stomach wound would tell a story, but
They think it's a self-defense wound. It's fucking stupid. I killed Xander?
Don't play dumb.
Aren't you all jumping to conclusions too fast? We barely discussed this case.
yeah.
I'm sorry, but
We all talked while you were unconscious, and we came to the conclusion that you are most likely Xander's murderer.
Except she's not. The victim blaming is atrocious. It's a good thing we did too. Exactly how long were you going to needlessly drag out this trial?
You should know better.
You should. Hang on! You've got it all wrong. How am I Xander's killer?
You idiot.
Seriously? You were the one at the scene of the crime with the murder weapon in your hand. How much more obvious can you get? Not to mention, you admitted moments ago to meeting up with Xander privately at the computer lab, where his body was found. You were the last person with him.
A victim blaming! I hate it. It's a very interesting approach for a fangun, I will admit that, but the victim blaming annoys the shit out of me. Anyway. That doesn't make me his killer. Xander was the one who asked me to meet him in the computer lab.
Do you have any evidence to back up that claim? Any witnesses to Xander saying that?
No, because he said it quiet enough. I don't.
I mean, he was trying to kill her, so...
But still, you have to believe me, Xander is the one who brought the knife and attacked me with it. That knife was taken from the kitchen, so he could have accessed it at any time. That means little. If anyone could have taken the kitchen knife, then it just as easily could have been you who took it.
even so,
Ignoring the fact that you have no proof to back up any of your statements so far, even if Xander was the one to strike first, couldn't the two of you have gotten into a fight that killed him?
Stomach wounds are not exactly something you can fight well with.
For example, he could have threatened you, so you pulled out your own weapon in self-defense and fought him, winning in the end, resulting in the two of you suffering stab wounds. Like, at least Veronica holds some water here, like she's trying to play devil's advocate, but like, it's still not working. After he stabbed me, I fell unconscious. I don't know what happened afterwards, and I definitely didn't kill him.
That's just a load of crap.
Don't bother lying! You think you can trick us that easily? Well, you are easy to trick.
True.
I mean, think about the crime scene. It's obvious that there was a fight between the two of you that makes you the killer.
wait!
Seriously, everyone, you've got it all wrong. I swear I'm not the killer. You gotta back it up with evidence, darling. Can you explain why you had the murder weapon when your bodies were discovered? I'm not too sure. Maybe the killer is trying to frame me. I'm not too sure at this point in time, but... Please, everyone, believe me! Sweetie, you gotta give them evidence.
I believe you.
Thank you, Eden. The only bro ever.
I believe you, Teroko.
Eden.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Why don't we discuss?
Let's return to the original topic, which was establishing a sequence of events. That should clear up any confusion.
Because at least Who's now trying to argue devil's advocate too, because there's controversy, and they're like, okay, well, if we go back over everything, we can poke through holes.
Everyone was together at dinner. Tero and Xander were there too.
If Teroko's story is to be believed, both Teroko and Xander met in the computer lab after dinner.
Either Teroko or Xander brought a knife from the kitchen and also made the first move, attacking the other party.
At least you're, like, not aiming it at one person or the other now, god.
I suppose it doesn't matter who acted first in the end, although I can't say I'm not curious. It's most probable that Teroko attacked first.
Oh!
It's possible that
After a hit in the neck, I don't think he could have done the thing in the stomach. No.
No. Literally not possible.
That's not out of the question for Xander to have made the first move, with the murder weapon switching hands between the two of them during the fight. Whoever attacked first, the result is a fight between the two of them that ended up in Xander's death and Teroko's falling unconscious. Xander suffered a stab wound in the throat that killed him, while Teroko received a stab wound in the lower abdomen and fell unconscious.
Then Arturo and I discovered the body at 8 p.m. We all know what happened after that. Still talk through it! That story doesn't explain all the evidence at the crime scene. What about the strange DVD? Or the water on the ground?
who cares?
Does that even matter? Maybe someone was watching some videos and there was a water leak. Meek oops! Stop grasping at straws!
The evidence doesn't line up with y'all's claims. It's important. Shut up, RA.
None of you have played a Danganronpa game before.
Hang on, wait a second. You're making a huge mistake.
I didn't kill Xander!
Let's vote already and put this trial behind us. Wit, I'm gonna shake you.
You guys should, like, be so glad that you all didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
Seconded. This case is too obvious. All the evidence points to her.
Voting time already? Wow, that was fast. Stop, please. Wait for a moment. You're all wrong. I didn't kill Xander.
Everyone, wait just a minute. Shouldn't we hear her out?
I'm sorry.
I'm truly sorry, Teroko. I know that you're upset for having been caught, but we have to do this. If we don't vote for who the Blackened is, we all die. You are all gonna die anyway.
This is a commentary on victim blaming. I swear this case is a commentary on victim blaming. It's just so in the face.
You'll all die? That's why you're voting for me? You're doing this because you don't want to die? Seriously? Alright, fine. Go ahead and vote for me. If you want to end your life that badly, go ahead. Teroko, what's wrong? Have you completely lost it?
I think the stress of this situation is getting to her.
Ay.
I suppose that it's my fault for not anticipating this. Xander pretended to be my friend, and then betrayed me to try and end my life. You all are the same. Without thinking about it, without any concern for my life, you want to call me Xander's killer? I got my hopes up thinking we could all work together. But then again, I'm always making that same mistake. Over and over and over. I'm a fool for trusting anyone.
I love her.
Yeah.
I'm such an idiot, it makes me laugh.
I love
Why
her.
did I ever think I could be friends with you all here? Why did I think everything could be normal? I shouldn't have ever put my trust in anyone at all.
Eriko, please calm down.
Putting me in this situation, you leave me no choice. I'll have to prove my innocence with evidence. I'll show you all why I'm not the killer.
That's the point you should have done at the start, sweetheart. I must say, your apparent lapse in sanity is concerning at best, and doesn't do much to help your case. It would benefit you to work on your charisma.
In her position, I don't think anyone would be charismatic.
I know, but I think David's fucking comment there is so funny, because he's like, well, at least you got everyone's attention, but you might want to work on your charisma a bit. This is so funny because of something that happens later. But yeah. Regardless, how exactly do you plan to prove to us that you aren't the killer?
Stupid.
You don't
Evidence, darling. Just me hitting Tero gently. Evidence, darling.
You don't even have any ideas, do you?
No, but...
But I do.
Thank you,
Okay.
Wit. What? I've got some important evidence that'll put this trial at rest.
I see.
Irritating.
You of all people, bearing important evidence, I have to laugh.
Okay, so, the thing is...
I know that I was doing other stuff during the investigation, and I also looked at the crime scene a total of, like, 30 seconds. But I can make that all up right now.
Yeah,
Make up for it is what he's trying to say, but the phrasing on that's a little strange.
yeah, I'm more like 30 seconds due. Would I?
You admitted yourself you didn't investigate at all. How could you possibly have anything useful to tell us?
Check it out.
You guys all remember that each of us have custom weapons left in our bedrooms, right? I have a record of who has what weapon exactly. Oh yeah, I forgot. Smart cookie.
You guys should pause and read this carefully, because it's probably going to be useful.
Thank you, Wit. Anyway, so this is everyone's assigned weapons in their rooms. So, Tero, hunting knife, Veronica, horror collection. You were right, I just didn't want to say anything when you guessed it, because I was just like, you'll see. Xander has a pistol. Julia is J.
Oh, I
so, universal remote. David, megaphone. Rose, turpentine, which is like a paint cleaner for paintbrushes. Wit, stationary. Arturo has a scalpel. Levi has brass knuckles. Eden has a wrench. Min has a pen, which is an interesting choice. Ra has rope, and Ace has a riding crop. That's suggestive. And Nico has a laser pointer, and Who has a wire.
Laser pointer.
Laser pointer. I swear, because Nico's a cat, dude.
Wow.
Funny.
Well, Wit, I guess you're good for something after all.
You bet your ass he is.
And you didn't bring this up earlier. How irresponsible are you?
You all sure have weird ways of phrasing thank you, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for this, Wit. I'm sure this evidence will be greatly helpful for the trial. How did you get your hands on something like that? Let's say I've got it from a friend. I have to be honest, though. Some of these so-called weapons are really weird. In what world does a laser pointer count as a weapon? Or a collection of horror movies? Or a megaphone?
Those movies are a devastating psychological weapon. If you saw them, you would know. I almost died watching them.
Yeah, because you're a fucking weak ass.
Yeah.
No, you only passed out because you were scared. You were not in danger at any point. Maybe in a fantasy world, you could use the megaphone to shoot robot bears.
Ultra Despair
Thanks
Girls.
for the Ultra Despair Girls reference.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let's all stay on topic, please.
How interesting.
That's interesting. Terako, your weapon is a knife, and that murder weapon is also a knife. Don't you think that's a bit too much of a coincidence to be ignored?
Hers is a hunting knife. It's very different.
And also, like, if you're gonna use your own knife for something like this, then I think I would have hidden that knife afterwards better.
Yeah, exactly. True. She doesn't even have it on her right now, so... Are you serious? The murder weapon was clearly a knife taken from the kitchen. I am well aware, but have you heard of the concept of priming? It's a psychological phenomenon in which exposure to one stimulus influences how someone will react later to related stimuli. In other words, I'm saying that the fact that your custom weapon was a knife influenced you to pick the kitchen knife as your murder weapon.
I understand what she's going for, but that's
Yeah.
not how it happens.
And it's also...
How is that Go ahead.
And I also don't think that it would actually have that much of an effect in this situation here.
Yeah, we don't know. And yeah, there's no evidence to it yet. How is that evidence? That's nothing more than speculation on your part. That's a good point.
So what? That still makes you suspicious, not to mention you still have absolutely no evidence to back up any of your made-up stories.
We have the kill Teroko Tawaki note.
Veronica's right, you probably took a kitchen knife to look less suspicious.
I do have evidence to support my point. If we continue discussing this, you'll see that I'm telling the truth.
Wee.
Hey. Welcome to the first non-stop debate. Here are the important controls used in playing this minigame. Use the pause button to pause the video, the play button to play the video. These controls are located at the lower left of your screen.
I love Dev's humor.
Yeah. Nothing much to play here.
I think this is a commentary of like, I'm not going to make a playable version of this. Deal with it.
You can also make this...
I love Dev.
Yeah. You can also make the sound louder, quieter with the volume controls. Finally, if the moving text is too hard to read, please turn on captions for a transcript of this or any other minigame.
Yeah, sometimes some of the effects are a bit harsh, so Rina, if you need those, you might want to turn them on.
We all agree that the murder weapon was a knife. Does that really single out Terako? You know it's possible that your exposure to knives primed you to choose a knife as your murder weapon of choice.
I am sure it's just a coincidence. No, but it's definitely making Terako suspicious.
Are you all ignoring the fact that Teroko's knife and the murder weapon are completely different knives? Those custom weapons have nothing to do with this case.
I'm telling the truth.
By the way, that note which says Kill Teroko Tawaki was written with a pen?
Yes. We don't know if it's the killer's handwriting.
No, it would be wrong to see that those custom weapons have nothing to do with this case.
How many pens are there anyway?
We'll see. Also, it could be a masked weapon. Like you've watched through DRTA, so you've seen that there was a masked weapon in a case. Like, remember in case 1, like one item was turned into a weapon because there was a hidden something inside of it. Yeah, it could be something like that.
It's true that I didn't use that hunting knife that was given to me. I'm sure you guys your guys' investigation can confirm that I didn't bring it to the crime scene. Rather, I left it in my room this whole time. But Xander did have that gun on his person.
Right.
That's true, I suppose.
What's your point?
What's your point? That doesn't mean anything.
If I was trying to kill Xander like you all claimed, why didn't he fire his gun? Idiots.
He should have if he wanted to win a fight.
Yep. Exactly. Wouldn't drawing and firing his gun give him a massive advantage in a fight? It's okay, Cat. Welcome in.
Hello.
In addition, the sound of the gunshot would have alerted people to his location, where they could have helped him out. However, his gun was fully loaded and not a single bullet is fired.
I'll prove you wrong.
That's because he didn't want to alert people to the confrontation. Doesn't that imply that he was trying to murder me? If he was the assailant, not the victim, then he definitely wouldn't want to draw other people's attention, lest he get caught. It's a lie, of course. I'm the only one here who knows that Xander's gun is non-functional, and he would never have been able to fire it.
A flimsy start to your argumentation. That does make sense, I suppose.
I find that hard to believe.
I have trouble believing Xander would be the kind of person to commit murder.
Me too. Yet here we are.
You have to believe it. You've got no other choice if you want to solve this case.
Even so.
Still, that doesn't absolve you of your guilt. Even if Xander attacked you first, he still ended up as the victim, no? You still could have been the one to kill him.
Cat, I only have really Min as my suspect for now. Because of how her alibi conversation doesn't properly line up with the others, and also the location of the laundry room.
If anything, that merely provides evidence for your murder. He attacked you, and you acted in self-defense and killed him. Sweetie, how?
Not really.
You're wrong.
That's not true. Is this really the hill you all want to die on? Convincing yourselves that I'm the killer no matter what I say?
So what?
What sort of defense is that? Are you trying to guilt everyone? Because it's totally not working.
She's calling you idiots for not using your brains.
Yeah. Do you have any real proof of your innocence?
A note, Tereko, beloved. Yes, this time I do. Don't. Yes, you do! Sweetie! I suppose I'll have to take a random guess and hope that I can use that evidence. It is the first trial, so this kind of counts as like a...
Random guess?
You know. God damn it, sweetie.
Though I guess her talent is luck, so I guess she can rely on it a little.
Yeah. How about the bloodstains on the knife? Take a look at that. Sweetie, 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 sweetie. No.
Oh, looking at bloodstains makes me feel sick.
You know, Charles hasn't said anything this entire time.
I mean, you did point out that Charles seems to be unnerved by blood.
Yep,
and he
but
hasn't spoken ever in this entire time.
He hasn't even joined in on calling Jericho the culprit because probably he cannot even be sure. He could not take one look at the crime scene.
Or he's paralyzed to talk because he did see blood.
Ouchie. My condolences.
Yeah. Is there something special about those bloodstains?
The handle.
Let's see.
Yes, there is. Look, the blade and part of the handle is splattered in my blood, right? But the upper part of the handle is dry because someone's hand was holding it there. Tero's hands were clean.
So?
Rose, do you have your drawing of the crime scene?
I would hope so.
Yes, I do.
Seriously?
Are we really going to base our conclusions on a drawing?
Photographic memory.
I have a photographic memory.
Yeah.
In case you have any doubts, I can guarantee that this image is 100% accurate. My memory and my drawing skills are perfect.
Ultimate forger for a reason with photographic memory.
You can tell me if I missed out any detail, fabricated any evidence, but you won't. Besides, for the majority of you here who witnessed this scene in person, this drawing is meant to only serve as a reminder of the evidence. Do you really think I would try and fabricate a record of something that 13 of you have already seen?
I love how fucking backhanded that comment is. Thank you, Rose. Right. This image is mostly for my benefit because I could not have seen the original crime scene because you moved her. She wasn't even in the right spot to begin with. Anyway, look both at my hands. Neither of them are stained with blood. However, the back of Xander's right hand is. He's a righty, she's a lefty. Hehe. I do remember that being the case when we found Tero's body. Wouldn't that suggest that Xander stabbed me with the knife and had his hand stained with my blood? If I had stabbed Xander in the throat, the blood spray should have at least touched my hands, and it would be all over your clothes.
Yeah.
Like, near the top, specifically. And it's not. Xander is the one who handled the knife, not me! It doesn't prove anything. You could have washed your hands, or you could have used a different weapon. Levi, she was stabbed!
Washed your hands just casually after being stabbed in the abdomen. Just going to the kitchen or like wherever there's water.
Going
washing
to the
your
laundry
hands.
room, limping to the laundry room, dragging blood everywhere from her bleeding abdomen and hoping her guts don't spill out. Sure, Levi, that's totally what happened. Listen, I do love him, but that's the dumbest thing he's ever said.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I like him too, but the first thing I would have said is like, are you stupid?
Yeah, I have to
as
just
a-
roast him for that fucking comment. Good God. I love Levi to death, but I have to roast him when he says that shit. What do you mean? Anyway.
That would have been automatic for me. I'm sorry. That is
No,
not conceivable.
I know, literally. It's true, but since we're on the topic of bloodstains, if you continue down this line of thinking, you'll see that I couldn't have been the murderer. I'm gonna talk about the bloodstains on the ground, probably. Just because there are certain bloodstains on that knife doesn't mean that you are innocent. Examining the patterns of blood in the other parts of the crime scene may yield some interesting information.
There was blood wrong voice. There was blood everywhere. We gotta be more specific than that.
What about the blood spilled on the ground?
Since the bloodstains on the ground were washed off by the water, there's nothing we can gain from those.
No,
Not true.
wrong.
There's a lot of information to be gleaned from the fact that there are traces of a bloodstain on the ground. That blood was spilt. My eyes flicked between the I and the L and switched them. That blood was spilt and had time to dry before the water was splashed on top of it, which explains why those bloodstains did not dissolve in the water.
It seems that
because they are partially wiped away in spite of that, it makes sense to infer that they were intentionally removed by someone rather than simply washing away in the water on its own. Also, the water would be discolored. It's not. It's clear.
I don't get this at all. Where are you going with this?
Because she was stabbed there, dummy. That spot between the two aisles is where I was initially stabbed by Xander, and those bloodstains are proof. Because my body was discovered in a different position, that implies that someone else moved my body while I was unconscious.
No chance.
Your story is still flawed, regardless of whether or not Xander was trying to kill you. You still could have somehow disarmed him and struck first. And
No.
how did she
It's
get
very
then-
strong.
And,
Not possible, Jay.
and where stomach wound from then?
If Xander stabbed me and I attacked first, then you're telling me that a man with a severe fatal throat injury somehow had the strength to take the knife out of his throat from my hands and use it to attack me?
Unlikely story.
He's like, are you stupid?
Yeah.
I love Tero. That's not possible. A wound like that would have caused Xander to lose consciousness instantly, if not outright die.
Thank you for
Yeah,
at
I
least
know.
being a
Everyone's
little bit-
stupid in the first trial. I'm glad everyone approves. It's possible that those bloodstains are Xander's, not yours. Idiots! David, I love you, but stop being stupid! Fucking denial!
This truly is the moment to say, crack? Is that what you're smoking? Crack?
No, Rina, literally, everyone's so fucking stupid in the first trial. Like, I really do love this cast, but this first trial makes me so cranky because the entire cast is just morons for the first trial. And then at least they make up for it in trial 2. Like, they actually rub their brain cells together a little bit more. But, like, oh my god. When I watched the first trial, I was like, I am infuriated. I hate it here.
I understand why.
David? I am not a person capable of moving Xander's 170-pound body and scrubbing away bloodstains while I have a stab wound in my abdomen. She's like, stupid? Are you stupid? Are you fucking stupid?
Frank?
Unless you're suggesting I did all that first and then stabbed myself afterwards for fun, even if I did that, which one of us would have cleaned up my blood? Can you stop being so incredulous for a minute and listen to what I have to say first?
Beat them down, girl.
Jericho, with everything I am. There's no need to be so vitriolic. We're all doing our best to solve this murder. No, you're not! You're all being stupid!
Yeah, you're all
Me
just
shaking
ganging up on
David.
her. You are not thinking at all.
Shaking David. You're being stupid and you're smarter than this! But yeah, no. I fully agree with you, Cyril. And Elliot gets it. Even if you couldn't have attacked first, then it's still possible that you were stabbed by Xander first and crawled away yourself. Are you? Wits! Shaking him.
Stupid.
In that case, Xander is the one to have erased those bloodstains, right? What, they were half dried. What do you mean? With the fucking stab wound in his neck? Crack. Does everyone here smoke crack? Is everyone on some sort of substance? What's happening?
Oh dear God.
I promise you this fangin is good. I promise you this fangin is good. It's only chapter 1. Chapter 1's trial. That's so infuriating because everyone just took stupid pills before the trial! But they're so worth it. It's so worth sitting through, I promise, but God, what you have to sit through in trial 1 to get to it is it fucking shakes the patience, I swear.
Dear Lord, please let it rain brain or stones as long as you hit.
Rina, I'm gonna choke. I mean, you're not wrong, but oh my god. Oh, I'm sweating from laughing so damn hard. Okay. No, wrong. Say Xander stabbed me, yet I remained conscious and attempted to crawl away. There's no way Xander wouldn't have noticed my movements and subsequently put an end to my life for good.
Even so.
Even if Xander was intending to clean up those bloodstains, he would have been distracted by the more pressing matter of his murder victim escaping.
Yep.
However, I'm standing right in front of you all. Clearly, that did not happen. Therefore, I was unconscious the entire time and did not move myself, because Xander is dead in spite of that. It means that someone else must have killed him. She's not taking anyone's shit, and God bless her for it.
I mean, I
She's
also
like,
would have blown a fuse.
I am not going to let y'all melt my brain cells with your stupidity. Even so, it's still possible that Xander attacked and injured you first, and you killed him afterwards.
How?
Veronica, love of my life, darling, beloved. No, it's not.
Seriously?
Seriously, I said I couldn't have done the cleanup with the stab wounds. But because I evidently didn't reach you the first time, let me take the time to dismantle your argument in another way.
Oh, Teroko, you are such a mood right now.
I love her, Rina. You don't understand. She's everything. Xander stabbed me first, and I sustained an injury significant enough to render me unconscious for many hours. Yet I was somehow able to overpower Xander and kill him in spite of that? Is that what you're saying? I love her fucking sarcasm. Please, she's amazing. It's more difficult than one would expect to stab someone directly in the throat. Human reflexes are naturally poised to defend a vital area such as the throat, and even against someone with a knife, people under stress still have their ways of defending themselves.
Yeah, I think everyone's first reaction would be to hold a hand against it or defend with an arm. So there's more likelihood that you get a knife through your hand or arm than like in your throat.
Also, there would be so much more blood everywhere because Xander would have gushed like a fountain. Because of the blood pressure in the throat, next to an artery. God.
Oh, Arturo, if only
idiots.
you weren't stupid right now.
I mean, Arturo, unfortunately, is a plastic surgeon, not an actual surgeon. Otherwise, he'd be too useful here, but whatever. That's for people of average strength. Don't forget that Xander is, was one of the stronger among us. When you factor in how Tereko was already suffering from a stab wound, and that Xander was already on guard as a result of attempting to kill Tereko, it doesn't seem likely at all that Tereko could have attacked him back in that manner. We love you, Levi, for using that brain. God bless. He's not just muscle, he do have brain. Thank you, Levi. So good. Yay! Like, God bless, someone fucking finally defends her. Besides, none of you have yet addressed who could have cleaned up the bloodstains. Your arguments hold no water if you cannot accept that someone other than Xander and me was involved in this case. And before someone objects with the idea that we stabbed each other at the same time. I'd be interested in hearing what the second murder weapon was, seeing that you all surely had several hours to investigate the crime scene thoroughly. Fucking love her. Ring on her finger. Alternatively, you can think of a way that either Xander or I could have hidden the weapon elsewhere while suffering from an open wound. Open stab wounds. And then have returned to the crime scene to die or pass out, without leaving blood trails anywhere. Idiots. I brought up the evidence of those erased bloodstains for a good fucking reason. As there's only 3 possibilities for who could have cleaned the bloodstains. 1, I removed them. 2, Xander removed them. 3, someone else removed them. I already proved why it could could not have been either Xander nor me. Therefore, that leaves only the third option, which is the involvement of a third party.
But no buts.
But that still doesn't definitely disprove the possibility that you killed Xander, right? Sorry, I really had to mock her right there.
Even so.
Nonetheless, the fact remains that someone's outside influence had a heavy involvement in this murder. Without knowing who the third party is, you cannot claim to know enough about this murder case in order to conclude that I am the murderer. God bless. How long do you all want to do this? Bringing up hypotheticals of how I might have murdered Xander, one after another, for me to poke holes in. Stop screwing around and come to your senses already. I'm not the killer.
I believe in your innocence, Teroko.
When you line up the facts like that, it does sound kinda right.
So shocking that Ace actually has a brain.
I mean, he is the most, paranoid and, yeah, scaredy cat from everyone here, so it would make sense that he would be more careful about, who to accuse when his life is on the line. In
Honestly,
theory.
true. In theory, when he's actually using his brain. Anyway.
No, we've been wasting our efforts on the wrong person all this time, damn it! And I was totally going to make the wrong vote and get myself killed!
Yeah, dumbass.
So...
Then, Teroko is not the killer?
As she's been screaming her lungs out for the past 30 minutes. Sorry, Teroko, but I still have my doubts. Hi, David. Hi, David. Hi, David. Nerd man, I'm gonna lock you in a locker and shake you around. Like, I love him, but I'm gonna shove him in a locker, like little nerd he is, and rattle it.
I'm also unconvinced. There's still too much suspicion surrounding you, unfortunately.
Bitch, where?
Man, you two, I'm gonna fucking throw you. With one arm.
No matter how much you beg, I'm still gonna vote for you! Yeah, you also...
Sorry.
You have a negative brain.
Literally.
Hold it right there.
Thank you, Mono TV. It seems to me like you all have split opinions. And when I say you all, I mean that I listened to exactly 6 of you talk and then extrapolated these opinions to everyone else.
Yay!
You all know what this calls for. That's right. Get ready for a scrum debate.
Looking forward to it. I'm also wondering if we're gonna, like, hear Charles for the first time since this recording session.
He'll talk eventually. My, we're doing this quite early in the trial, aren't we? No matter, staff worked overtime to get all those sexy side-angle views of y'all. So without further ado, let's begin. Honestly, no, David does look good with a side angle.
What the fuck?
Does anyone understand what the fuck Mono TV is saying at all?
I don't know, Jay. Levi, why are you on the other side? I thought you were defending Teroko. This is not accurate. Levi should be on the other side with Teroko.
I did not see Charles.
I didn't see Charles either. Interesting, huh?
Dude, are you alive? Did you pass out on the stand?
He's there. We'll get there. Ow.
Oh, Arturo is actually on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Teroka's body was at a crime scene. Girl.
Common
Really?
sense. Yeah. Thanks, Jay.
Her body was there because Xander had invited her to there, then he tried to kill her.
Are you saying that Xander is the killer? I find that difficult to believe.
Dude.
Believe it or not, Starboy, you've only known Xander for a few days. You can't guarantee that what he did was out of the ordinary.
Yep.
The murder weapon was in Teriko's hands, therefore she must have been the killer.
Girl.
The bloodstains on the ground and Xander's hands tell a different story.
Perhaps the knife was simply a decoy and the real murder weapon was hidden somewhere else.
Then you all are shit at investigating.
True.
Are you fucking stupid? When and where could Teroko have hidden it, dumbass? Isn't it possible that Teroko and Xander got into a fight? We've already proven why a fight couldn't have occurred. Maybe Teroko snuck up behind the dude and gave him a stab in the neck.
Wouldn't have been that accurate.
That
stab wound killed Xander near instantly. How could he have fought back?
And then who could have moved the bodies and altered the crime scene?
My turn.
It was a third party who altered the crime scene. That third party is our culprit.
I am glad to not have to do this.
I know, you fucking hate scrums. I also like that they all vocalize their cut-ins at once when they do it. It's nice. I'm not the culprit, all right? I'm tired of having an argument that I already know the answer to.
I mean, I like Scrum. I just hate the button mashing at the end.
Yeah. Regardless of whether or not you have your suspicions, you need to accept that there's a likely possibility of my innocence. Quite frankly, I don't care if you all vote incorrectly and die, but I'm doing this to save my own skin. If you have any self-preservation at all, then you'll start listening to me.
Yee.
Keep ignoring the facts and you'll be just as dead as Xander soon. This is a life or death trial, or did you all forget?
Please grow some brain cells.
Yes, please.
Teroko's right. We have to listen to her story.
Calm down.
There's no need to be aggressive, excuse me.
Who? You guys victim blamed her for over half the trial. Of course she can be aggressive. Shut the fuck up, Mom.
What's gotten into you, Teroko? There's no need to be so aggressive. I would have been aggressive.
Stop complaining.
Forgive me for not playing nice when everyone here is calling for my execution. I can't exactly act graciously after all I've been through.
In that case, if Teroko's not the killer, then who is?
Yeah, that's the important question you should all be fucking asking. Sip! Thank you, Rose! Like, understandable.
Regardless of the angle that you view this case in, there's no doubt that some third party was involved.
Think about it.
That third party who moved Teroko's body and altered parts of the crime scene is our most likely culprit. And even if they are not, it is still worth our time to clear up any mystery surrounding this murder.
What's the best way of finding that third party?
I have seen shots. At least his bag.
Yeah.
How about we review our alibis that may offer clues as to who could have been at the scene of the crime? At least a little bit of progress. I was investigating around with Levi. We hit up the storage room, the kitchen, and the cafeteria, and then the infirmary in that order.
I agree.
I can back up that statement. We were together, but did not see anything suspicious. I was in the cafeteria, and then I left and wandered around for a bit. Then some stuff happened, and I did some other stuff. Wit. Be specific.
What exactly is stuff? That's not detailed at all. You're only making you look more suspicious. After dinner, I went straight to my room. I like being alone.
Really?
An alibi? Really? David, didn't you say you saw Nico come into the laundry room briefly?
Huh?
Indeed. You came in for a few seconds while I was doing my laundry and then left immediately. Nico, can you explain what you were doing?
You can do it.
There's no need to be nervous. Explain it in simple terms, alright? Your testimony will help us solve this mystery.
Well...
It isn't totally true what I said earlier. I wasn't in my room all the time. The motive was on my mind, so I was nervous. I tend to pace around when I'm nervous. That's not a problem, right?
We're wandering.
That's just a load of crap.
Seriously? You are just wandering around all alone? You're definitely the killer. Shut
Ace.
mouth.
Shut the fuck your mouth.
Huh? No, that doesn't make me the killer because...
Shut up!
You don't have an alibi. Shut up! Ace, let him speak. Because of what, Nico? I'm not the only person missing a solid alibi.
Point out Min, and Charles, yeah, true.
Shorts and Wit don't have an alibi. David says that he has an alibi, but he was actually alone for most of the evening with no other witnesses.
This is true.
So...
Eden and Min were also left alone for some time. They could be the killers too.
Eden is the least likely because she was just in another room in the kitchen.
Tero still has the most suspicious alibi of all. You can't ignore that just because she disproved a few things.
Nico, no.
I mean, yeah, I get that Nico's deflecting blame, but he's also pointing out valid points. I know they haven't disclosed their gender yet, but I hate misgendering them even though it's not shown yet. Even though they're pointing out valid points, yeah, they are definitely deflecting blame here because they don't want to explain what the fuck they were doing.
If you want to use alibis as evidence, and then don't be dumb. It's not enough to say that I'm the killer because I'm not.
I do love how fucking blunt Nico is, though. Like, God bless.
Don't blame the rest of us simply because you're the most suspicious.
Yeah. I'm not blaming you. I'm not the killer, so don't attack me.
Alright, I don't think this argument is the most productive use of our time.
We should be working together to find the culprit and not fight amongst ourselves. How can we work together knowing that one of us is the killer?
The rest of you aren't.
That's not the right attitude to have.
Eden spitting facts. It's not the right attitude to have. If none of you work together, none of you will figure out who actually did the killing thingy.
Yep.
What the fuck? Can any of you prove for certain that you were not at the scene of the crime? You were right there, Tero. Don't you remember seeing any of us? Wait! This is not the time to joke!
She had a stab wound and was unconscious. What do you think the answer's going to be, you idiot?
Do you have any prophetic dreams about any of us while you were under?
Of course.
Okay, this isn't going anywhere.
Why am I putting up with you?
There's still plenty of unexamined evidence within the crime scene, you know. We can return to the alibis later, because if I keep listening to you all squabble, I'll have a headache.
Understandable.
Me too, bud.
Fuck you!
Oh yeah? What better dinner do you have? Smart stuff.
Sorry, I really, as much as I hate Ace as a character, I really respect Seth's fucking performance of Ace. Because that's perfect casting, dude. You could not have casted anyone better to voice that annoying piece of shit. God damn. Seth, you did great. Anyway. I'm not going to engage with your taunts because you're not even worth looking at when I talk to someone as unrefined as you. Must I really remind you peasants of the DVD in the computer lab? That is clearly an important piece of evidence, yet you all overlook it in favor of having your petty, annoying little spats.
I really do want to know about that DVD.
Yeah, literally, Cat. Are you talking about this?
I'm not quite sure.
I'm not quite sure what it is either. It was a DVD placed upside down in one of the readers. Because we were unable to play it during our investigation, we don't know what's on the DVD, but it's labeled with the letters and numbers 3M0C.
What the hell does that mean?
This piece of evidence tripped me up when I was fucking watching it, because when you figure out what it is, it's just like, how? Okay.
I have no clue yet.
Yeah, it's a curveball for sure.
Could this be some kind of code?
Ooh, a cipher. How interesting. Maybe it's a hexadecimal. Perhaps it translates into the name of the killer, or maybe the name of the mastermind, or maybe...
No. M is not a letter in a hexadecimal. Try again.
It seems that...
While I was examining the DVD, I accidentally erased some of the character. It seems like the marker comes off easily. Therefore, I think that there was actually a full label written on the DVD, but at some point, the majority of the characters were wiped off, leaving only these 4 letters and digits. Hi, my pronouns are they, them. Please don't misgender me. Thank you for the compliment, I appreciate it.
We should find what the missing letters are.
Well, for 3M, I don't think there's much space anymore, but 0C, there would definitely be space for more.
Perhaps.
Perhaps it could be 3 million degrees Celsius.
Wait, never mind, that makes no sense.
What the fuck?
The hell? Why are you asleep?
This is no time for sleeping.
Rose, wake up, please. This is no time for you to be sleeping.
Huh? What's going on?
What's going on? What did I miss?
Oh no.
She's so eepy. She's on power saving mode. Trying to ascertain the full message on this DVD because it might be relevant to the case. Perhaps you can help us out?
What's so difficult about it? You can't tell what the letters C-U-M-O mean?
C.
They're holding it
C-U?
in the wrong direction.
Ah.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? Doesn't it read 3MOC?
Rotate the disc 90 degrees clockwise.
Yeah.
That's still a stretch.
Counterclockwise.
Now I see it better.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, I meant counterclockwise, sorry.
Look at this.
See, it definitely reads C-U-M-O.
Shit, you're right. We might have been looking at it from the wrong angle.
Boring.
Wow, what's with this overdone plot twist? Someone tell the screenwriters to think of new gimmicks. Wait, I'm the screenwriter.
Yeah, the message is obvious, right? It clearly has to do with that person.
C-U-M-O.
First name and last name start with a C.
Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Motive video?
Yes, there you go.
Not a very smart way of putting down his name on a CD, though.
No, definitely not, but I wanted you to work it out without me, like, holding your hand too much.
Alright, Charles, are you still alive?
I don't know why you guys are having so much trouble with this.
Rose is like, just get photographic memory, Fivehead.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. What's she talking about? It's not obvious to me at all.
I understand.
Rose said the message had to do with a certain someone. In that case, it's obvious to me as well. There's one person in particular that this DVD or DVD... I'm reading too fast. There's one person in particular this DVD originates from. One particularly suspicious person indeed.
Poor Charles.
Chabos. Char. Wit is not feeling it. Wit's like, no, don't bother him! Charles, you've been suspiciously quiet this entire time. It's not like you to stay totally silent at a time like this.
Yep.
So tell me, the full message on this disc is Charles Kuvas' motive, isn't it?
Is anyone there?
He's not vibing. Hands isn't vibing. Time for next video.
Yee.
Charles, you've been suspiciously quiet this entire time. It's not like you to stay totally silent at a time like this. So tell me, the full message on this disc is Charles Kuvas' motive, isn't it? Yeah, the Charwit shippers do go crazy this video.
A motive? How curious.
I'm curious.
Xander's murder occurred before Mono TV said it would have released a motive. Furthermore, why has only Charles received this and none of the rest of us?
I don't know why. That's why I'm asking Charles.
Knock knock?
Furthermore, those blue scrapes found at the crime scene came from your gloves, right? They had a bit of rubbery texture to them.
I see, so you did actually touch them.
Or did he?
Perhaps.
Arturo also wears blue gloves, does he not?
I would never.
I'd suggest you try using your eyes for once. The shade of blue isn't quite the same between the different brands of gloves that we use. Besides, I have an airtight alibi anyway. Yeah, I think Arturo's gloves are a little darker than Charles. I'm definitely sure that neither those blue scraps of gloves nor any DVD were there when I had arrived at the computer lab with Xander.
Oh, Charles, what happened?
Therefore, you must have been at the scene of the crime sometime after I had been stabbed. What were you doing there? Yeah, cat, yeah. Answer me, Charles. What were you at the crime scene, yes or no?
Yes, but... You are really not doing well.
No.
I don't know. Please leave me alone.
Huh? What's going on?
Charles, is something the matter with you? Answer me!
I suppose since you were unconscious at the time, no one explained to you about Charles.
I don't understand. Why is Charles acting strangely?
How troubling.
I don't know. Ever since Sander's body was discovered, he's been acting this way. It seems he suffered from some sort of breakdown, and he hasn't recovered or said anything coherent since.
Really? That's unexpected. Of all people, I didn't take Charles as the kind of person to lose his cool like that. I like Charles, just some of his fans annoy me.
Jeez, what are you even freaking out about, you pussy? Did you get spooked because of some scary murder?
God, R.A. Nice! Impossible for her, but... Perhaps he's in a state of hysteria as a result of viewing that motive DVD. After all, Mono TV intended for those motives to push us into committing murder.
Could it be?
It wouldn't be unusual for at least one person's motive to contain such awful content so as to push them to a nervous collapse. I shudder to imagine what Charles possibly could have seen that would cause him, of all people, to panic in such a way. It must have been something truly horrifying indeed. Charles, can you at least tell me the meaning of this DVD, or what you were doing in the computer lab? Cannot.
There's no point.
It's useless. He's not talking. Charles can't take part in a trial.
Struggling. Right when we were getting somewhere too, our primary suspect just happens to be unable to answer our questions. No matter, I'm sure there's a way we can work around this setback. Let's not give up hope yet.
Then that makes Charles super suspicious, right? Not only was he at the crime scene, but he left his motive there, and now he's too traumatized to speak for whatever reason.
Except the marker can wipe off real easy. On that disc. You could have wrote it in.
Could it be any more obvious? He's so totally guilty.
Alright, where is your brain? This line of reasoning sounds awfully familiar.
So then, Charles is totally the killer.
Why is everyone stupid?
Check to that. On
Thank you,
what
Wit.
basis? Well, he didn't kill Xander. Therefore, he's not the killer.
Makes sense. Hang on. That's just circular reasoning.
Wait, what? You tricked me! Damn it!
Ay.
Was
I'm
only
going
half
back. Yeah, I'm going back to my original point of view. Charles killed Xander.
Do you have any proof? Until you can use your smart boy words to show without a shadow of a doubt that he's guilty, I'm not convinced.
Why are you even defending Charles? He's been an asshole to everyone this whole time, you included.
Charles is...
Of course I'll defend Charles. After all, he's
my friend.
So of course I'll argue for his sake.
Since when were you two friends? Did something happen between the two of you while I wasn't around?
Well, Wit did say stuff happened.
True. There's tons of fan art of anyway, of like them kissing as like the stuff that happened. Just doing stuff. Anyway, it's really funny. That's not important. A better question is, do you have any proof for Charles' innocence? After all, he was at the scene of the crime for reasons still unknown to us. Yeah, Kat, you're right. Wit shouldn't be expecting Ace to use smart boy words. He's incapable. I don't know why he was there, to be honest, and I don't really have what you'd call solid proof of his innocence either. And I truly believe that he could not have murdered Xander.
What? How are you supposed to take your words as fact because you believe in him then? I believe in his blood phobia.
I believe in his blood phobia too.
Are you fucking stupid? Going around spouting all this dumb shit about belief? What's the damn point of this whole triumph? We're going to make choices based on dumb crap like that? You useless shit for brains. Are you even taking any of this seriously?
Ace, you're so annoying. Am I taking this seriously?
Not really.
Not helping your case. You!
Ace.
Ace, calm down. You're not helping at all with this argument.
Shut up!
You shut your trap too, Levi. I'm done with you trying to play the moral high ground by pretending to be some peacemaker. Oh dear, oh my, calm down everyone, let's not fight, alright? Aren't I such a level-minded pacifist? Stay the hell out of this, if you know what's good for you. I'm putting you in timeout. That's right, shut your damn mouth, you coward.
Fuck off, Ace.
Okay.
I love so fucking much. This moment like really cemented it for me for why I love Levi. Like, you don't understand, because I wasn't expecting him to snap at Ace like this, and at this point I had a fucking enough of Ace, and then Levi's like, shut the fuck up, you little shit, and I'm like, yes. Because yes, please someone tame the brat, I'm so tired. Anyway, how far do you want to push it? Do you think that I don't have a limit to my patience? I would gladly strangle you right here and now to shut you up if I were allowed. But if you're the coward I know you to be, then you should back up. You should back up before you dig your own grave.
Shut your mouth.
For I shut it for you. I love you, Levi.
That's whack.
Oh, that's whack. You guys done yet?
I apologize.
I'm terribly sorry for that, everyone. Please continue discussing as you were earlier. I fucking love you, Levi.
You're scary.
Okay.
This whole cast is so fucking funny. They are a walking train wreck, and I really appreciate it.
They sure are.
They're hilarious to watch. Okay, we're going to pretend that didn't happen and move on. Nice. I'm quite interested as to what was on the DVD, seeing as we've established that it contains Charles' motive.
How interesting.
Wouldn't it be interesting if whatever Charles saw on that DVD caused him to snap? Perhaps it was a video of Mono TV destroying everything that he held dear?
We tried to watch that DVD during the investigation period, but the DVD players weren't working correctly and we were unable to view its contents.
DVD players weren't working correctly, you say? Why didn't you tell me?
What?
You were present during the investigation when I was discussing the broken DVD players. You heard me, didn't you?
I mean, maybe the motives could be one view only and then delete themselves?
Who knows?
Did you know?
I'm a highly advanced piece of technology with dozens of useful features, like connecting to the internet, playing videos, and calling your mom. Give that DVD over to me. I'll play whatever's on it. No, I don't trust you. Please? No. Please? No.
Hand it over, Tero.
Okay. Thank you. Crunch.
Crunch? Did you fucking eat it?
Cat robot. How is that even possible, seeing as you don't have a physical mouth? Quiet down, everyone. The video is starting. What was it? I'm curious.
That doesn't make sense.
You can play DVDs on your screen, but you can't view the contents yourself. That seems like a glaring design flaw.
True. That's not what's important. You skipped the entire video. Play it again.
I think there just is none there whatsoever.
I think it's empty.
Okie dokie.
Just die.
You did it
You did it again. Are you messing with us?
Huh? What did I do? I'm only playing what's on the disc, I swear. Any illicit imagery that you see isn't my fault.
Illicit.
Whatever you saw is exactly what was on the DVD.
Fuck you!
Do you even work right, you useless piece of junk? I'll put your metal ass in the microwave and nuke you until you explode. Yeah.
Oh, wait just a minute, everyone. We tried to play this DVD earlier during investigation, but we assumed that the DVD players were broken because they weren't showing anything, right?
It's possible that...
I think that this DVD might simply be blank. There's no error with either the DVD player or Mono TV.
Yep.
That's exactly right. Once again, I guarantee you that there is nothing wrong with my DVD players, that DVD or myself.
There's plenty wrong with you, but we'll get to that.
On the contrary, I believe there is a lot wrong with you.
Ha!
Thanks, Arturo!
Huh? Is it really blank?
That doesn't make any sense. What kind of motive is that?
I think.
Come to think of it, Mono TV never released any such motive to anyone else, right? When I handled that DVD, I accidentally erased some of the marker off. The quality of that writing is quite poor.
There's no way I would make something that low quality and give it out to you guys.
It was faked.
The murder happened before the day ended, and before I would have released the motive. I never got a chance to show you what that motive would be, and I never will.
Alrighty.
Basically, if you miss out on the motive, he just doesn't get to show you that one, and we'll show you the next one next time.
What a letdown.
Honestly, I'm so disappointed. It was a really good motive in my opinion. I guess you'll never find out what that secret about your loved ones or whatever.
Alrighty then.
Then the motive had nothing to do with this murder? It's still possible that the looming threat of the release of a motive may have pushed someone to murder. Certainly, there are those among us paranoid enough to crack under that sort of pressure.
Out of curiosity, can I see what the motive was?
No, you can't.
Okay.
The time frame for that has passed. You missed your chance.
I'm not incompetent, I swear.
It's definitely because of that, and not because I lost the motive last night. It totally didn't disappear under my paws when I was taking that smoke break.
Wow.
Ow.
Seriously?
You lost it?
Whoops.
Okay, maybe I did.
What piece of junk?
Your incompetence as the mastermind of a televised killing game is shocking.
Anyway.
Returning to my earlier points. The disc is blank, the handwriting and marker quality are poor, and Mono TV claims to have had no hand in making or distributing any such motive. Considering all that, this DVD is probably fake, right?
Fake? Whatever do you mean by that?
The truth is,
It means that this disc labeled as Charles Kuvas' motive was created by someone else. Also, Kat, that's an excellent point. Because of that, I have reason to believe that Charles may be innocent.
That's horseshit!
I'm so glad I don't
up,
have to
Ace.
play this.
Yeah, I know you hate this minigame.
Charles is innocent, my ass! You said it yourself. Charles was at the crime scene. If you're not the culprit, then it's gotta be him. I mean, anyone could have probably gotten some gloves and shred them there.
True.
It's true that we have evidence for Charles being at the scene of the crime, and his refusal to speak is suspicious. However, we lack definitive evidence to prove that Charles killed Xander.
Lack evidence? Are you kidding me? We have all the evidence we need.
Dumbass. Also, I think this is voiced. Nope. Okay,
Nope.
it's not this one that's voiced.
Charles said it himself. He was at the scene of the crime. If that isn't enough for you, he also left those DVDs and gloves. What more evidence do you need?
That evidence could have been set up or faked by someone else. I don't think Charles himself put it there.
That makes no sense. Charles is the only person here who owns gloves like that. So he's the only person who could leave those scraps. As for that DVD, it's labeled with his name. It's gotta be his. What evidence do you have that Charles isn't the one who left that DVD there?
I'll cut through those words.
I have a good reason to believe that Charles wouldn't have left that DVD there.
EOP would have left it in a DVD player.
Yeah, true, yes. Did you notice anything strange about the placement of his motive disc?
What? There was something weird about it?
You're referring to its placement in a CD reader, right?
That's right. The computers in the computer lab are divided into two sections. On the left are CD readers, on the right are DVD readers. The DVD that's labeled as Charles Kuvas' motive was found in one of the CD readers, yet CD readers can't play DVDs.
Yep.
What's your point?
What's your point? He probably put it there by accident. Charles?
Oh.
Never.
No, not Charles. Absolutely not. Ace is dumb as nails. Anyway, while I was exploring this place with Charles, I was subject to an unnecessary spiel on the distinctions between CDs and DVD readers.
Are you stupid?
No, those are CD readers. Are you stupid? Wait, no need for an answer. I know you are. Well, I understand why someone like you would mix the two up. Both CDs and DVDs are optical disc storage devices, and they both store data in the form of minuscule bumps arranged in a spiral. However, the information encoding bumps on a DVD are much smaller, allowing them to store more information. Subsequently, DVDs are used to store video, while CDs are commonly used to store music. DVDs are also backwards compatible, meaning that a DVD player can play CDs, yet a CD player can play DVDs.
Rudimentary.
It's not that difficult to understand.
Gratuitous as that was, I suppose in the end it worked out in his favor that Charles likes to talk so much. He does like to hear himself talk. For that reason, I don't think that he'd make the mistake of mixing up a DVD and a CD, seeing as he made a pretty big deal about knowing the difference between the two.
Yep.
Really? What if he panicked and accidentally put it in the wrong one?
He also put it upside down.
Yeah.
That is not a Charles thing. Charles would not do that. If he saw my body and panicked, why would he even bother with the motive DVD in the first place? That seems to be a much lesser priority to me.
Yeah, it also just sounds weird.
Yeah, it's stupid. In other words, not only is that so-called motive DVD fake, but it was planted at the crime scene in order to draw suspicion to Charles.
So Charles is innocent?
Not entirely sure of that.
What?
What? You just said that Charles was innocent. Stop changing your mind.
I said I had a reason to suspect that he may be innocent, but I don't know for sure.
I think it's unlikely.
Stop complaining.
Do you want me... do you want me to rush head first into a conclusion without thinking about it first? Like you do?
Who?
Shut up!
I have to say, I'm also still suspicious of Charles. That motive DVD being fake doesn't prove anything. All we did was lose our lead.
I mean, you're just invested in a DVD.
Yeah, literally.
What a bother.
In the end, we have no clue what is causing Charles to act like this in the present, and therefore we can't draw any conclusions about his behavior.
Not to mention this guy doesn't even have an alibi. He's so suspicious. I'm totally convinced that he's a shitty murderer.
on.
Come on, let's not jump to conclusions so fast. I'm sure we're all dying to find out who the culprit is already, because if we mess this up, we'll all be dying for real.
Not the time.
This is no
He
time
always
for
does this
joking
shit.
around.
That is not an appropriate joke in this setting.
Sorry, just trying to lighten the mood.
No.
I really don't want to say what I'm about to say next, but it seems like you guys totally won't be convinced otherwise. Charles, are you really okay with me telling everyone? Alright, if you think so.
What is going on?
Thing is,
The reason that Charles is acting like this is because he has a phobia of blood. Phobia of blood?
Like a nosebleed or something?
Hands can't look at blood. No, he's unaffected by small things like that. Phobia of blood was probably the wrong way to phrase that. How should I say? When viewing gory things like dead bodies, he'll become panicked and have a breakdown.
Understandable.
Hands has trauma. Only something super messed up will trigger a reaction, though. A little bit of blood is probably okay.
I mean, he is also bothered by that.
I don't understand.
How can that be true? He seems so confident and arrogant about his killing game show. How could he do that if he knows he will have a breakdown if he sees a body?
Cover, poker face.
Auto.
You know, it's not uncommon for trauma acquired in one's childhood to seemingly disappear until it's triggered by something years later. Someone can spend years unaware that they have trauma, only to be taken by surprise when the sight of something unpleasant or distressing causes all those emotions to come rushing back.
Yeah, your brain sometimes will block shit out. Wow, you're really busting out the cyclones today, huh, Ronnie? Personally, I don't see dead bodies on a regular basis. Same goes for everyone else, I hope. So it makes sense that this has never come up for Charles before, right?
What do you mean by that?
Charles' unexpected inability to handle the situation isn't that surprising, if you realize that this is new for him as well. He probably acted with such bravado before because he simply didn't know that he had some emotional baggage from the past.
Wow.
Yeah, Ari's a bitch.
So much for being the smart one here.
Lay off him, alright? Trauma is serious, not something to be made light of. Charles really is suffering. At the very least, don't make things worse.
Thank you, Wit.
Hmm.
I like how Wit's like, you know, I'm friends with you, RA, but don't be a bitch. Like, I appreciate that a lot.
Wait, is this the reason for why you've been defending Charles this whole time?
I mean, makes sense that he can't be the killer then.
Right on the books, hot stuff. I'll give you a 20% tip for your good service.
Sorry.
Except I wasn't giving you anything to begin with, so 20% of 0 is still nothing. If Charles can't handle blood or corpses, how could he have killed Xander? He's nothing more than an innocent bystander in all of this.
Can we really take that at face value? It's possible that Charles could merely be putting on an act to divert suspicion from himself, no?
Except,
2 other people have seen him react like this.
I believe in Charles because I've been with him this whole time. After I left the cafeteria, I ran into him. He was having some sort of breakdown, and he seemed to be in a pretty bad shape.
Which means he likely saw what happened.
I thought he might have been playing a prank on me or something, but after a while I became convinced that his emotions were genuine. Believe in me when I say that he's not acting, because I have a pretty good intuition when it comes to people's feelings. Couldn't leave him alone, right? I stayed with him the whole time up till now. I never know what to say in situations like this, so it was sort of awkward.
I see.
Still, I hope I helped him calm down at least a little.
I understand.
I'm sure of it now. Charles is innocent.
Nice!
Nice! That story worked on at least one person.
Don't call it a story.
Wait, even though I said something that made me sound like I'm lying, I'm totally not lying, really.
Aw, frig!
Ah, frick, I'm making myself sound more suspicious than the more I talk. Wait, I love you, but
Seriously?
sometimes you need to learn to shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Good that I thought of a way to make you believe me. I gotta keep acting as unbelievably as possible. And you guys will think this guy is so suspicious that he's not actually suspicious at all. I see no holes in this plan whatsoever.
Idiot.
You're an idiot.
Listen to me.
If you don't believe Wit's story, then maybe adding mine or Eden's testimony will erase all that doubt. Because they both saw him react to Xander's wound.
Hmm.
Me?
Eden, do you remember when I injured myself while baking, and you took me to the infirmary?
Yes, I do. Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Okay, we made it to the medical base, safe and sound. Yeah.
she just fucking gets barreled. Hey, watch where you're going.
Ouch. Jeez, what are you doing here, Charles? You nearly flattened me.
Hans is not vibing. Came out of the infirmary in a rush. Is something going on? Hans isn't vibing.
Outside of the infirmary, Charles ran out of there all in a panic. Tero and I were both witnesses to that.
Yeah.
That's right. At the time, I simply brushed it off as Charles acting strange, but it must have been because he saw that, right?
You, Xander's eye.
Are you really using unclear pronouns for dramatic effect? That's such a cliché.
Nico. Xander's eye injury. Many of you have probably seen it already while investigating Xander's body.
It seems that...
At that time, Xander was changing his eye patch. Charles must have seen it and had a reaction to that injury.
I see.
So then, Charles really does have a phobia of that sort of thing? How ludicrous. However, if the testimony of 3 people confirms it, then I have no choice but to believe that.
Charles did nothing wrong in his life other than be a little bitch sometimes.
Irritating.
You know, this could have happened a lot faster if you shared that vital information earlier, Wits. You know, this trial will happen a lot faster if you all find the culprit earlier, Arturo.
I despise you.
What are you even talking about? The whole reason we're taking this long is we don't have all the evidence, you low-life worm! You wouldn't mind sharing with me all your patients' medical histories, right? What? Absolutely! And how is that relevant? I see you're also familiar with the concept of privacy. So cool, right, Arturo? Even for a super smart surgeon like you, I guess you still learn something new every day. I think it was supposed to say absolutely not, but yeah.
Quit bickering.
Quit bickering, you two.
Anyway, my point stands. Charles is totally innocent.
Indeed, I suppose I'll have to accept that as well.
I suppose.
Because it has been established that Tero was stabbed by Xander first, then that erases any possibility that Charles could have killed Xander. If he saw Tero's body at any point, he must have
and he must have, then he would no longer be in the right state of mind to subdue and kill Xander.
Yepers.
I have my doubts.
That still doesn't explain everything, however. Where did that fake motive come from?
Anyone with a pen can probably whip one up.
Maybe Charles made that DVD because he wanted to frame himself pause. I need a moment for that word, cause fuck. Obfuscate the trial. There we go. I needed a minute to like look at it.
Why?
According to Tero, whoever placed that DVD there was trying to frame Charles, right? In that case, the DVD must have come from the culprit, huh?
Considering the evidence.
The most likely way Charles would have gotten his hands on a fake motive would be if someone else was trying to set him up.
Yes and no, you're partially correct, but I believe that the origin of the DVD is not from the culprit, but rather from that person.
Xander?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. He was trying to frame Charles.
Well, because he attempted murder on Tero, and so he had to try and frame someone else, you know? And also, it would make sense because he put the DVD in the wrong player. And in the wrong way. It was most likely Xander. Xander, he plans something that manipulative?
He's gotta frame someone.
He did, after all, attempt to kill me. I'm sure he had some plan in mind to get away with the murder beyond simply stabbing me and walking away.
Why Xander? Couldn't it be the culprit?
I disagree.
Consider that it was Xander who picked the computer lab as the murder location. It's not a coincidence that the computer lab is where one would go if they wanted to view the contents of a DVD. I love that Mono TV's still sulking in the background after earlier. You could also use the movie screening room, although since Veronica, Ace, and I were already occupying that room, I suppose it's a moot point. Besides, no one would want to watch something as private as upsetting as a murder motive on the big screen TV there.
So excited!
I would. I think that a full video and sound experience really elevate the anguish from watching viscerally distressing video.
Oh boy.
I love her. I love her. I love her. No one except for Veronica. In addition, Xander had learned earlier of Charles' phobia, seeing that he was one who inadvertently triggered it. He probably decided to take advantage of that weakness to pin my murder on Charles, knowing that Charles wouldn't be in the right state of mind to fight back or even defend himself.
That's dirty.
Yeah. I love Xander, but oh my god. That's conniving. He was also told to kill Tero, so it's likely he was executing someone else's murder plan.
Do you think Charles being a loner also had something to do with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles prefers to act on his own, so he wouldn't have brought any witnesses. Since no one saw him at dinner yesterday, he probably ate by himself elsewhere, which just makes him that much easier to isolate.
Poor Charles.
Xander must have used that time to plant the blank DVD at Charles's door and then convene with me.
That's great and all, but is this really important? You keep talking about Xander's murder plan, but he technically didn't kill anyone.
He tried. Or did we forget that already? Knowing Xander's plan is valuable evidence. We already can clear up some of the mysteries of the crime scene.
Such as?
Such as those blue scraps that we determined were Charles' gloves, Xander probably tore them up to build a narrative of confrontation. Or the DVD's placement. If Xander is the one who placed it while trying to frame Charles, then it's more reasonable for Xander to misplace it, both in the wrong reader and upside down.
Yep.
He may even have accidentally wiped off some of the marker, leaving us with that cryptic message that we are struggling to decode.
That meta plan sucks.
You know.
Yep.
Well, you can say it was bad with the benefit of hindsight. There may have been more to his plan that we wouldn't know about because of how things played out.
That's a good point.
It's unfortunate.
Even so, to think that Xander was seriously intending not just to kill someone, but to cover up his crime.
That's whack.
I love. We have confirmed that Charles is innocent now. That's what's important.
That doesn't prove anything.
But we still don't know who the culprit is, and we're back to the start again.
Oh my god! We're so fucking bad at this! And now we're totally gonna die here!
So?
That's not exactly true, is it? We've already determined that neither Tero nor Charles are the culprit, and Xander was already off from the start.
Alrighty.
We've narrowed the suspects down to 13 out of 16.
Nice!
Nice. If we keep working down the suspect list by one at this pace, we can determine who the culprit probably is at the end of the week. I'd say that's a win for us, team.
Shut the fuck up, Wit! You're not even helping! Well, he
Very
did.
true.
Actually, I guess you did help a lot. Whatever.
Why does Wit seem like he's the kind of guy to be totally useless in a class trial?
Let's not get distracted.
Enough messing around, you guys. This is serious.
I'm confused about one thing. Who could have possibly killed Xander? We have been... we have been discussing that question the whole time. No, I mean...
Think about it.
Xander died in a very specific way, right? Which one of us is even capable of killing him in that way?
Finding out next video.
Hey, Kat, quick question because I forget, and you probably know the timeline a bit better. It's been a while since I've looked at everything. What time chronologically does the FTV video come up? Like, is it before Chapter 2, or is it during some point in Chapter 2? Because I know it's not during Chapter 1.
By the way, I really gotta to the toilet.
Yeah, I need more tea anyway, so it's fine if we take a break here.
Alright.
Plus, that gives Kat time to answer me. Alright, be right back, guys.
Tiny break. Wee wee. Back again. Back again. Phew. Alrighty. Chronologically, it's during chapter 1 actually, but it was released after chapter 1, so it's best to watch it after the trial. Example, one of the free time events take place during the episode where Tero goes to the laundry. Alrighty. Thank you for answering that. Alright, then I think one more video and then that's it for today. I will maybe give us some more time next time for bonus videos and stuff. Num num num. I wonder, will this video be finally the video where we actually go, I don't know, through what actually happened, because it feels like we have very much only gone through all the stuff that isn't directly related to the killer, so... Yeah, I can imagine. It must be pretty easy to remember a lot of stuff. Dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum 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 bum 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 bum. You back again?
Screen's giving me trouble.
Hmm?
The screen share's giving me trouble.
Again?
Yes.
Okay, going out. And going back in again. Never had so much trouble during recording though. Why just for streams? Weird.
Gilded, please cooperate. There we fucking go.
We never had such issues during recording.
I don't know. I think it's just connection problems today or some shit is gonna be my guess. Normally, you're right, it doesn't. I might have to see if Gilded has an update or something that I'm missing or something, like, before we do this next time. I don't know. We'll see. I'll get into it.
Alrighty, episode 10.
Yeah.
We're not finishing the trial today. We might be able to get like 1 or 2 more, but we're not finishing it.
Yeah, that would be a bit too rough, I think.
It would be pushing you a bit, but at least that would make the next stream short.
More time to talk, more time for extra stuff and stuff.
Yeah.
Xander died in a very specific way, right? Which one of us here is even capable of killing him in that way?
What does it mean?
What do you mean by that? Xander died of a stab wound to the neck, but I think someone here said something like, it's really difficult to stab someone in the neck in a fight.
Levi said this.
That's correct.
Yes, that was me. I'm
Human reflexes are naturally poised to defend the vital area such as the throat, and even against someone with a knife, people under stress still have their ways of defending themselves.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The task of stabbing Sander in the neck becomes a lot harder when you factor in some other variables as well.
Yes. As I have already said, it's incredibly difficult to stab someone in the neck. And that's under normal circumstances.
I'm guessing this is Rose?
This is Rose. This is Rose.
According to Tero, Sander was holding the kitchen knife to begin with. His murderer would have had to take the knife from him.
Which is not possible for this cast. Because Sander himself was attempting murder. He was likely already on guard.
Finally, Xander's a really strong person. He did win that arm wrestling contest. In that case, the killer must be someone even stronger than him.
What?
No one's stronger than him on the cast.
Or catching off guard.
That's the only way they could have stabbed him. Is that really true? Perhaps they killed Xander in a different way without stabbing him.
I agree with that.
Oui.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, something occurred to me. I'm waiting. Nico brought up an interesting idea. This whole time, we've been operating under the assumption that Xander's cause of death was the stab wound in his neck. Neck, I can talk.
Right.
It was only a hunch, but it does make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense otherwise.
Oui.
Eh?
How could his cause of death not be the stab wound? He couldn't possibly survive such an injury.
Too little blood.
Yep. He didn't.
Then you're contradicting yourself.
I'll prove you wrong.
No, I'm saying that Xander received the stab wound after he was already dead. His true cause of death was something else.
You can do better than that.
Hi, David. I'm about to argue with myself. I'm sorry, but I'm having difficulties following that line of reasoning. Xander received the neck injury after he was already dead. That makes little sense. It's clear to me that such a severe injury is what killed him. I don't see how it could be anything else.
Too little blood.
Xander doesn't show any other fatal injuries. You said it yourself, he had that eye wound for days now. Isn't it clear that being stabbed in the neck is what killed him? I don't think it's likely that Xander would have received that particular wound, and only that wound, in a confrontation without injuring his assailant as well. However, no one here demonstrates significant injuries. There must be something that we're overlooking. It's not as unlikely as you say it is. Even the most well-prepared person isn't immune to the chance variations that occur in a fight. There's simply no evidence that he was stabbed after death.
I'll cut through those words.
Except there is, David.
Yep.
There's no evidence? Are you so fixated on this line of reasoning that you refuse to keep an open mind?
You're wrong.
The bloodstains around Xander's body prove you're wrong. Also, when Xander was stabbed in the neck, the knife must have hit an artery, because the blood sprayed out everywhere on both sides of his body and on the floor. Yet the splatter patterns on the floor match up exactly with the stains on his body.
It seems
Also,
that...
not enough blood.
Hmm.
There's no signs of any dissimilarities or smears that would suggest movement. The blood stain is too perfect looking. That suggests that Xander was stabbed in the exact position in that exact position on the ground.
Yee.
However, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to have been lying on the ground right before he was stabbed.
Perhaps...
That's true, but perhaps his assailant knocked him over.
I
Ow.
disagree.
So then he didn't struggle or move at all on the ground, even when he was stabbed or during the short moments before he lost consciousness? That seems unlikely.
And also, like, he was on his back. He would have been... That must have been a frontal confrontation then.
Yeah, the other thing is if you stab there while you're on... Like, if you get stabbed there while you're on the ground, you're going to seize. Because you're choking. You are choking on your own blood. It wouldn't be still. The blood would not line up that way. That's not probable. That's not how it works. Best explanation I can think of is that Xander was already unconscious, if not dead, when he was stabbed. I'm on the cusp of figuring out what the true cause of death is. I just need to think about it further.
Another.
And another one.
Stop.
It's true that the bloodstains suggest that Xander was stabbed lying down.
If the stab wound wasn't his cause of death, then what was?
Perhaps the wound on his eye? No. That was an old injury. It makes no sense for it to have killed him now. Because it's not septic. It's clean, is what he means by that. And there aren't any other wounds on his body? Aren't there any other wounds on his body?
No, that's wrong.
You're all overlooking this seemingly minor piece of evidence. Look at his left hand.
It sure is bloody, but I still don't know from where.
I think it's gonna talk about it. What's the matter? Those are mere bloodstains, are they not? That's what I thought too. But when I was thinking about what else could possibly be Xander's cause of death, I realized that this was it. Oh, because they're not stains, that's right. They're burn wounds. The color's just very similar.
Okay.
Those aren't bloodstains. They're burn wounds.
Burn wounds?
Burn
Now
wounds!
that you mention it,
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does resemble burn wounds on his hand. He would know this because he has clinical expertise. Hey, Scrub, shouldn't you have noticed that earlier, seeing as you're a surgeon? Plastic surgeon, wit.
why am I putting up with you?
How many times do I have to say this? I'm a plastic surgeon with a specialty in cosmetics, not a general doctor. Sue me if I didn't recognize these extremely subtle burn wounds at first glance. Do you? I guess a trial is as good a time as any to have a legal battle.
Ay.
Wit, you are on everyone's shit list, and I appreciate you for it. That would be a very small injury, though. How could that have possibly killed him?
A better question is, how could he have gotten burned, huh, Jericho? There's no evidence of a fire, is there?
No, but there's a raw electrical outlet.
Ah. Electrical shock, I see.
And there's water all over the ground, and Xander's all wet. Water conducts electricity.
So that means someone must have completely covered everything in water during the time before Xander was dead. Would Xander just allow that?
Do you think he saw it coming?
I mean, putting that using basically the electrical thingies, that is basically making a trap, which must be laid beforehand.
Or who on cast was handling water?
No, I don't mean that.
No, I know. I'm trying to send you in a different direction.
I know that it's probably Min, but you think that Min basically had a bucket of water and sprayed it completely onto him and then just fucked off, and then coincidentally suddenly he tried to touch like the light thingy and it gave him a shock? That sounds weird.
There are 3 things you said during this that are accurate, and I'm not going to tell you which ones. I will say that you're close.
His...
That you should let the trial explain the rest. Because
Yeah.
it does explain the process.
It just doesn't really sound probable right now.
It's because we're not there yet.
I think you're clearly making up answers where you need them.
Stupid bitch!
Seriously, if you had even half a brain, you would realize that what you're saying is total bullshit.
No, no.
No, there's no need to insult one another. Well, I would never phrase it that rudely. Ari has a point. First of all, there's definitely no evidence of any sort of fire in the computer lab. No burn marks anywhere, nor any smell of smoke. Secondly, even if he did burn himself, it was only on his fingertips, right? Such a small injury might have been painful, but it definitely wouldn't be fatal.
I'll prove you wrong.
Will you guys think for even a little bit before jumping to conclusions? Don't shoot down every idea that I have for no other reason because you don't like the sound of it.
Ari does have a point. Everyone is stupid, but so is she.
Yeah.
There's a logical explanation for what I'm proposing. This can all be explained by...
Here we go.
Shock.
Mm-hmm.
This is it.
Xander was killed by an electric shock.
Ooh.
Electrical shock. Now that might make a bit of sense. There was water everywhere at the crime scene and the light switch was broken. If Xander was soaked in water and he touched the wiring of the light switch, the resulting electrical shock could have potentially stopped his heart.
Shit.
That makes a lot of sense. Shit, why didn't I think of that earlier?
Dumbass!
Because you're a dumbass!
You're not any smarter.
Weren't you opposed to this idea? Who's the dumbass here? Rhyme.
Beat each other up. It'll be funny. I want tickets to that.
I'm super sorry.
That
No, you're not.
makes sense.
I think that is correct. The killer didn't have to be strong, and they didn't have to fight Xander. Xander could have had the knife all the time up until he died from electric shock. Then the killer took the knife from him and stabbed his dead body. That's the real method of murder. They must have tried to cover it up as a stab wound.
I understand.
That also explains why the light switch was broken in the first place. First, the killer turned off the lights and then stripped the light switch in the darkness to expose the wires.
Of course, the lights in the computer lab are on now because of the emergency lights, but Mono TV told me that the room was dark prior to that. Naturally, Xander would reach to turn the lights back on, especially as he wouldn't be able to see that the light switch was stripped. The resulting shock incapacitated and killed him. He also has a vision issue because he's missing an eye. The killer then reattached the light switch and tried to divert our attention by covering it up with an out-of-order sign to make it seem like it broke on its own. And also, Mono TV did say it stopped working around the time Xander died. Said so during the investigation. In that case, there is no need to consider who's strong enough to kill Xander, as anyone has the ability to strip the light switch with the right tools.
So what?
That's total bullshit. First of all, it's just this light switch. How could it be powerful enough to kill someone?
Raw wiring touching it while wet equal dead.
Second of all, if it really was that strong, wouldn't it leave a bigger burn wound? It's not really the voltage that determines the severity of an electrical shock, but the amperage. I have never needed to say that word in English before. Sure, a higher voltage gives a greater current, but you also have to take resistance into account. The resistance of the human body varies from person to person. Wet skin will reduce the resistance much further. Even wiring circuits in houses can be fatal and yet not be powerful enough to cause a severe burn. What's more important is that the current passes through the heart. If anything, a stronger shock tends to result in a higher chance of survival, since the heart will shut down, preventing vertical fibrillation. Not that it's really relevant to right now. Yeah, they do use talents a lot.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like that they actually use them in the trial, like their specific knowledge from their talent, opposed, like, to get somewhere in the trial.
Wow, you know all of this nerd crap?
He's a visual effects artist, yeah.
Why is this a surprise? I work with wires and equipment all the time for shows. Of course I know at least a little bit about electrical safety.
Get off your high horse.
Unlike you guys, I actually have some experience with this. Don't go around saying shit if you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yes.
Ace? Shit! Shit, I'm stupid!
Yeah, you are, bud.
Huh, I thought you would start arguing with me, but that works too.
Why don't we discuss this?
Now that we're getting somewhere, why don't we discuss the matter of the light switch? It seems to be important to the crime.
Seems to be important? That's an understatement. In a way, that broken light switch could be considered the true murder weapon. And the culprit also made that out-of-order note? Could have convinced me.
Loser!
Yeah, if you actually investigated at the scene of the crime, loser.
Did anyone look at the backside of it? Of the out-of-order note, I mean. Tero did!
Why? Is there something noteworthy on the back? Yes.
Kill Tero Tawaki. What's this?
Did the killer leave that there as a threat? Oh, I get it. This is like the DVD. Rotate it 90 degrees and maybe it says something else. No.
No.
He's making jokes.
It doesn't.
What does it mean?
Teroko, this note concerns you, right? Do you know what the meaning of this is?
Yeah.
I have a good idea of what it means. Why would the killer leave such a message on there if they were trying not to draw attention to the light switch?
The truth is,
Because the killer didn't leave that message. This note originally belonged to Xander.
How do you know that?
After Xander stabbed me, but before I fell unconscious, he started talking to himself and said a lot of strange things.
I'm the worst, aren't I? I hate murderers. I hate the smell of blood, and I hate this feeling. I would have never wanted to hurt you. Then why did I do this? I don't even know. Why? Just why did you ask me to kill Tereko?
Why did you ask me to kill Tereko Tawaki? Doesn't that seem like Xander was being made to kill me? He did attempt to take my life, but all the while he didn't seem happy with that decision. God, Zanruko, true. If the scrap of paper says kill Tereko Tawaki, then I'm guessing that it was some sort of order to him. That piece of paper must have originally been in Xander's possession.
Xander was ordered to kill you. Why didn't you bring that up earlier?
Would you have believed her?
Why didn't I bring it up earlier? When do you suppose I could have brought this up? Back when you all were telling me that I killed Xander? I'm sure you wouldn't have believed me back then.
Yep.
If someone ordered Xander to commit a murder, isn't that concerning? Who was that person? Why would Xander agree to do such a thing?
Yeah, I'm very proud of Xander's VA. They do some good work.
There's no way of knowing. The rest of that note was destroyed in the water, which is what those wet scraps of paper probably were.
of course.
And of course, Xander is long dead. We can't exactly ask him with all the relevant evidence destroyed. It's likely that we won't be finding out the truth behind Xander's actions.
Not for a while, at least.
Definitely not now.
Besides, to put it bluntly,
I don't care.
I really don't give a damn about Xander's motives or whatever he was thinking. I don't care if someone made him do it. He still tried to kill me. He got what was coming to him. Since I have a hunch that his motives aren't even relevant to the rest of this case, I won't pursue that line of reasoning unnecessarily. Wow, that's a bit mean, don't you think? You guys used to be friends.
He stabbed her wit.
Maybe I'd feel a smidgen of pity for him if he wasn't a damn murderer. To be frank, I'm glad he's dead.
I think you're still coping, but okay, girly.
Teroko, that's so cruel.
She's on copium, it's fine. Just give her some time.
Whatever feelings we may have about the victim, we can sort out those after the trial. Let's return to the topic at hand.
I disagree, Teroko.
Disagree with what? I don't think you should conclude so quickly that Xander's motives have nothing to do with this case. Xander was being directed by someone else to commit a murder. That's definitely important in my eyes. My, that person could even be Xander's killer.
That's true.
In that case, do you have any clues that would point towards who that person is? There's lots of information one can glean from a single note, is there not? For instance, we can analyze the handwriting on the note.
I disagree.
Would that really be as helpful as you think it is? Not only is the writing itself heavily smeared, but every single one of us has seen the note by now. The culprit could simply alter their handwriting if we ask for handwriting samples now.
Hmm.
Do you want to do a forensic analysis? We don't have the equipment for that sort of thing. You do raise an excellent point, Veronica, and I commend you for that. However, at this time, we don't have enough hard evidence at hand to pursue this line of reasoning.
It's possible that.
Besides, it's possible that the note writer's involvement with Xander's murder is limited to this note, and that there's no other evidence that we could find to pinpoint them. Which makes me squint at you, David, because why would you say it like that? Just saying, why would he say it like that? Oh, I love the three of them. I rotate them in my brain. I see, but if something occurs to me, then we can return to this later, right?
Sure.
Exactly, you understand my point perfectly. Besides, I can tell that Tereko is really resistant to discussing Xander as anything more than a piece of evidence. That's why she doesn't want to talk about his motivations.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, can you blame her right now?
She be coping.
Isn't that right, Tereko?
She voices this.
You really feel hurt by his betrayal, don't you, Tereko? Or has that underlying resentment always been there? Tell me! Oh, I want to take a peek inside your mind so badly. It's driving me crazy.
Not now.
Ring on your finger, my beloved. I kneel. Anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's move on.
Hey.
Anyway, back to that out of order note. Tereko, there's a flaw in your reasoning. Why wouldn't the killer bring their own paper? That seems a lot less suspicious than searching for the victim's body for paper to use.
Why would the killer have pen and paper on them 24/7, Jay? What is the point of that?
They can't even be sure that Xander or you would just happen to be carrying paper around that they could conveniently use to cover up their crime. Yeah,
Jay,
I think
that's such a stretch. That's grasping at straws.
I mean, this murder feels rather improvised to me, so they probably
it's messy,
just
and it's supposed to be.
So they probably just found the paper and were like, "Oh, I can use this."
Yeah, pretty much. Quick thinking sort of thing. That's a good question. Could it be that the killer was unprepared to kill Xander?
What?
What do you mean? Bringing your own paper is a very simple thing to do. Because the killer hadn't, and because they had to rely on the chance occurrence that Xander just so happens to have paper on him, it suggests that they didn't think their plan through. I fucking love Veronica. We worship Veronica in this chat, okay? Or at least I do. You're in the wrong stream if you don't like her, because I will gush all over her. Unlike Xander, who planned everything from the scene of the crime to the person who would deflect blame to, the culprit's murder was a spur-of-the-moment decision.
I see.
I suppose that does make a lot of sense. After all, I told no one of where I was going after dinner, and I'm sure Xander didn't either, as he didn't want any interference. No one should have anticipated that we were meeting up at the computer lab. Beloved. You know, Tereko. What? It's very possible that the culprit was trying to save your life.
Yeah, that could be.
Huh? How interesting.
Isn't the underpinnings of a beautiful story? The culprit stumbled across the crime scene, saw Xander standing over the body of Tereko Tawaki, and decided that they would bloody their own hands to solely save Tereko's.
I mean, they also framed Tereko, so
I know, I fucking hate this trope, if I'm honest. This trope makes me tired. The whole selfish sacrifice thing, I didn't like it with Ayame, I don't like it here. Every time it's been executed, I think it's done shittily. I'm sorry. I just don't like this trope. I don't understand it, I guess. I don't understand the thought process behind it.
Yeah.
So, like, any character that does this trope, I tend to, like, be very mixed opinions on.
It's very... You're not really giving it your all, you know?
Exactly. It just feels kind of backhanded, like you're wishy-washy. I don't know. I don't like when writing isn't solid, and it just doesn't feel like a solid concept. Maybe it's just because I haven't seen it done well, but every time I've seen it in any media, it's had a shitty execution in some form or another, but that's just me.
You're alive and standing right here, right now, because one of us here decided to put your life above Xander's, but now you're doing everything in your power to put your savior to death.
I mean, skill issue, the killer then shouldn't have killed Xander.
Exactly. And you're valid, Cat. He's voicing it.
Wonderful!
I stand by what I said. I would marry this woman.
Ay. Veronica, stop saying creepy shit out to other people. You're giving me secondhand nightmares, which I'm not even sure is a real thing.
I never said it was true. It was only an idea. Think about it, Tereko.
I suppose the hypothesis that the killer was unprepared for murder makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of evidence to support it. For example, the bloodstains on the ground were very poorly erased, and the culprit ended up leaving a lot of evidence about the initial position of Tereko's body. It all seems a bit hasty, doesn't it?
That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's evidence against that hypothesis, right? What kind of unprepared killer happens to be carrying around a bunch of water beforehand to douse Xander in so that he can get shocked?
Well... Min?
Yeah. Wait, hang on.
What?
Rose, can you repeat what you just said? Sure am, huh? Hello.
What?
No, not that. You said the killer must have been carrying around large quantities of water despite the fact they were not planning to murder. What about it? That's exactly it.
I now know who Xander's killer is.
Yeah, that's right, she does voice that.
Huh? Really? I don't follow it all though, although I'm glad that I helped.
You know who the killer is? Who is it?
It can only be that person. That person is... Minjung. Sorry, girly pop.
It must be you. Min Jun, the ultimate student.
Thank you, Tereko. I had forgotten how to pronounce her name. You said you were cleaning the kitchen last night. Did that involve using water by any chance?
I have many fond memories of electrocution. I can imagine that.
Thank you, huh?
What?
It seems that...
The murder was spontaneous, yet there were large amounts of water at the crime scene. The killer must have had that water on them beforehand for other purposes.
Min, your actions at the time of the murder are the only ones that would fit this description. Because you were cleaning the kitchen after dinner, you would have reason to be carrying around, say, a bucket of water.
Yep.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Huh?
Min is the culprit?
No way!
No, Min is totally isn't the type to commit a murder at all.
But she is the type to protect someone else. Then who is the type to commit a murder in your mind? Anyone is capable of killing when placed in the right conditions.
Yep.
Eriko, what is your reasoning for this? If your only evidence is that she was cleaning the kitchen last night.
Ridiculous.
That's right. It's weak evidence.
Damn, girl.
Eden and I were in the kitchen the entire time. You left on multiple occasions to go get cleaning supplies. But still, in the time you were gone, is it even possible that you could have committed the murder?
That's complete nonsense.
I did not kill Xander.
Alright. It's true that okay, this might, I can't tell. I think this might be Tereko. I don't think it's Eden. I'm gonna read it as Tereko because well, no, this would be Eden because Eden would be the one defending her.
It's true that Min left the kitchen to get cleaning supplies. That was the natural thing to do, so I didn't think much of it at the time.
Is it really possible that Min is the killer?
Huh?
It wasn't her.
Huh? Was Min acting suspicious or paranoid last night?
It's useless to ask loaded questions like that. That can cause the subject to misremember things.
I am telling the truth when I say I was simply transporting cleaning materials. I had no clue what either Tereko or Xander were doing at the time. Are you saying that I chanced upon the murder scene by luck?
No, that's wrong.
Right. Do you think we can get one more in?
That would be pushing a bit, wouldn't it?
How long is it?
We are now 4.5 hours.
No, I mean the video.
Longer than the last one.
That would be pushing it a little. If I do the math right, we would have Chapter 111, Chapter 112, FTEs, and then the 2 bonus videos, which the 2 bonus videos are mostly voiced. We would still have 5 videos to get through next time if we stopped here.
And
Just
of course,
and
I don't know if I can even stream as long as today, next time.
Which is why I'm like, are you sure you want to not try and squeeze one more?
I mean, we don't need to do the free time events next time.
Then we'd only have like... I think if we were to leave anything out, it would be the 2 bonus videos. Because the bonus videos would be a good refresher to jump back into Chapter 2.
Are they just recap?
No, they are extra story for something else. It gives you more insight about the murderer and the victim. It gives you like lore that wasn't included in daily. Yeah. Plus the FTEs aren't voiced, and Kat recommended that we do the FTEs after trial. So, and yeah, the Chapter 1 MV. There's that too. But that's like 3 minutes, and that has no voicing. It's just a little fun thing.
I think it
Yeah,
would be
up to you.
alright to... It should be fine to end it here then.
Okay. Yes, I will have Rina watch all the MVs as they come up. I promise. I am not skipping any content. I am the roadmap here for how we do this, guys. I've got it. If I need feedback, I will ask. Thank you. I'm mostly only asking Kat, though, because I kind of already know Kat, and Kat knows a lot about DRDT and has rewatched it several times. If Kat wasn't here, I would be talking to Riza, who also is the same hat there. So yeah.
Appreciate that all the rest of you are fans and good, but please, please do not, just don't. I know what I'm doing.
But yeah, you'll see us next week, probably not on Saturday. Rina said maybe Sunday. We don't know yet. We'll let you guys know. But it'll be scheduled when we figure it out.
Yeah, I definitely can't next Saturday. There's like a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it cannot be rescheduled. It's just that Saturday.
Nah, dude, it's chill. I'm probably gonna stream Noelle the Mortal Fate with the dudes on Saturday then.
Be careful about your voice then, doing, like, so much on the weekend.
I mean, I'm also streaming Noelle tomorrow. It's 2 weekends, I can handle it. As long as I don't talk for the rest of today after we end stream to give myself vocal rest before voicing tomorrow, I'll be fine. Plus, my streams with them are shorter than they are with you. It's not as bad.
Alrighty. Just take care of your voice.
I know. I'm a voice actor. I know this. I know what I'm doing.
Alrighty then. Then we shall end this today and try to get as much done next Sunday as possible, probably.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you all for coming to the stream.
Bye.
Ooh, yeah. Thank you. Until next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.